I've just said. I've just said.
Eight. Just
I've just said.
8.
Test.
Say it peacefully. Say it peacefully. Say it peacefully.
Test.
Members, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. So just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. Can see the front bench is filling up. I think, Kraka, you better be preparing for me from the rota so that we can read who is supposed to be here among ministers. And then we shall see the next action to be taken, because Parliament starts at 2. So we should be here. I had to sit in my waiting room to wait just a little minutes to see if our colleagues could join us. Rob, welcome back. You had a very able team here representing you, and they did a good job, I must report. Yes. Yes, colleagues, as you may all know, on Sunday we laid to rest the late Permanent Secretary, Minister of Office of the Prime Minister, the late Mr. KCCA. We laid him to rest on Sunday at his home in Yantonde, and the president accorded him an official burial. And because of that, tomorrow at 10 a.m., we shall have a special sitting to pay tribute to him. So I request you, colleagues, to come in large numbers so that we can pay tribute to this hero of ours. And the family will also be joining us as we do this noble cause. The Prime Minister has already confirmed we'll be linking up with ROP as usual, but follow the usual parliamentary practice of how we pay tribute. Secondly, colleagues, I saw, and most of you saw on our groups and in the media, very, very annoying videos of the inhuman treatment and assault of our honorable colleague, Susan, woman MP for Buvuma. And, sometimes you ask yourself, who is in charge? Because I think it was the previous Wednesday where we had the Deputy Prime Minister here on the floor saying, how can anyone stop the Right Honorable Academy? Saying, how can anyone stop a honorable member of parliament whom we assigned as government, because the Minister of Gender wrote to women MPs to celebrate these days in their districts. Who can stop them from doing that? It is bad. And she promised that no RDC, no one should be doing it, and she's going for up. The next day, Soroti was stopped. Now you're in a situation where the RDC is proving to be more powerful than a prime minister. I think that's where we are going, but it was inhuman. So as leadership, we took it up. Today, we had a meeting with the speaker who has taken up this matter herself. Number one, as a speaker, but above all, as a woman. And us, and we as men, we have a duty to protect our women. So I joined her. And all of us. So we want the Prime Minister to bring a statement to the House, and we shall have an extensive debate on this matter Tuesday next week. Because we didn't want someone say you've rushed me or what. We've said no, have enough time. And so that, and the speaker will be handling that session, and she will handle that matter. So colleagues, let's ensure indeed that we keep our fire for now until that time, when a comprehensive statement is, it will be still hot because our colleague is still in hospital. Our colleague is still in hospital, okay? And to give room. Well, I shared it with the Prime Minister also. So there is still room for that to be well handled. Colleagues, also on Sunday, I read the Parliamentary Forum on Malaria together with their partners, and most of you, very many of you colleagues, with our senior Honorable Nathan Byanyima, and Honorable Santa Room. Honorable Azar refused to walk, he decided to run. But we had a walk to spread awareness in the fight against malaria. It was unfortunate no Minister of Health joined us, yet we are supporting your cause. But we hope next time you will join us, because all this was supplementing the efforts of the ministry. But senior officials of the ministry came. But next time we will be happy if we can have you, because we are complimenting your efforts as ministers. And I'm told they are having celebrations in Bujiri. So I will request the minister to make a statement which can be out of the speech you've made in Bujiri, also in the House, so that we see more efforts, how best we can support Minister of Health in this fight against malaria, whereby I told the congregation about more efforts which include bush clearing, which include planting some of the plants that are mosquito repellent, and also creating awareness on use of mosquito nets, because some of them are using it to make local brew, others are using it for fishing, others are making sponges for you know, very many things. Some are making gowns for wedding, you know. Yes, I'm telling you. Yeah. All this is happening, Corinne. So so reducing this just to mosquito nets also has not helped much. So we must put up more fights. It's malaria kills around 52 Ugandans per day, and 95% of people dying of malaria in the whole world are in Africa. So this is a very big point of concern. And we lose around 2.4 trillion out of this, the effect of malaria on our economy. So the minister should bring a statement. We see how best we can bring our efforts together as a House. But on the same day, we donated blood. And I've received a very interesting report. The team from the blood bank here at Nakasero told me the maximum they had ever gotten here was 20 units when they organized blood donation drives here. But on that day, they got 108 units. So you never know how many lives we saved, honorable colleagues. Personally, I donated, but I want to encourage you. They've told me they have a 24-hour open center at Nakasero Blood Bank. Anytime you need to donate, you should go there. And I was also told it's very important for you to donate. I'm told around every 3 months, because the body manufactures more blood. The body manufactures more blood. So let's donate. We have doctors in this house. They will be guiding us in future in case. But when you donate blood, you save a life, or you save lives. We also saw, we received a petition from medical interns who are having their issues. And I'm happy to report to you that yesterday the speaker met with them. I received their petition and it was forwarded to the Committee on Health. So it's being processed, and the moment it is processed, and we want it to be processed expeditiously, we shall bring a report to this House and we shall be able to debate that matter. Yes, today, honorable colleagues, early morning, and I was impressed. At 7 a.m., I had been invited by a music promoters federation and their Creative Arts Federation. So today, 7 a.m., I addressed them, and we really had a very, very strong discussion on how best we can support this sector. And they appreciated you, honorable colleagues, under your forum, especially Honorable Rachel Magora, Honorable Hilary Chiaga, and they also mentioned the Honorable Soroka Yemba as one of the people who support. So, but we've discussed very many issues, and they promised to work on a petition which they will bring here, and then we shall be able to handle it. Thereafter that meeting, I had a meeting with the members of the Parliamentary Forum on Road Safety, together with their partners from Makerere University School of Public Health and Global Health volunteers. Every day, it is estimated that Uganda will lose 12 people out of accidents every day on our roads. So the cost, both financially, economically, and humanly, is so huge on our country. We've been talking about this, but we need in our budgeting to look at how best to support implementation of the road safety strategy. And I'm told out of the 6 billion which was needed, they provided only 600 million. I admitted that we are going to follow up on this matter and link up with the Minister of Finance and ensure that indeed we provide more money for this. But also, we have been focusing on road carnage, but we have dying on the wrecks, who are drowning on the wrecks. And we usually discuss about issues of the islanders. We don't focus much on them, honorable colleagues. So this is very common. We have children going to school on boats. We have fishermen who are drowning. And even when you go to stations, police stations, I'm told, Makeri researchers, they found there were no statistics. There were no statistics, people who are there. So we passed in the 10th Parliament, we passed the Maritime Act, but up to now, the regulations operationalizing that act have not been brought here. So it's just lying idle. So I need the Minister for Works on Tuesday, no, on Thursday. Yes, on Thursday, to give us an update on this, where he has reached working on regulations to implement, to operationalize the Maritime Act, so that we can start using it as a country. Colleagues, these are very many issues I've touched, but I felt I needed to give you this update of what we've been working on as the leadership of the House. Any reactions to, yes, Mama Mavira, Beatrice? I'll pick 5 reactions and then we go on matters of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We greatly appreciate the update. I'm really, Mr. Speaker, concerned about the health of our members. In the 8th Parliament, I remember I wrote and requested the Speaker then that we create a gym in this Parliament. We had lost a member of Parliament because of health-related issues. And I'm happy that we have a gym which is now operating. I don't know how many of us are utilizing that gym. Even me, myself, I'm not actually utilizing it. But it's one of the things I think, Mr. Speaker, that our members ought to be encouraged to be concerned about their health, the available opportunities like the gym to be used, the donation of blood. I started donating blood when I was at 16. And most people don't know that it has a health impact. The more you donate, the more you replenish your blood. I've been even fighting in my own home that my sons, you go and donate after every 3 months. So I would want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, because of the leadership of this Parliament has for members, let's be encouraged to use the gym, a deliberate effort. We have sports going on, but even the blood donation, if we can have the Red Cross after every 3 months, come and camps here, so that no one should say, I didn't have time. And as leaders, we also contribute to the health of many out there. I'm here to really to testify that donating blood is healthy, and encourage my colleagues that you take it upon yourself to replenish your blood. I'm not a doctor, but I'm a mother and I'm a Q nurse in my own way. So I appreciate this communication, and I want to encourage all of us to take it up.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Yes, it will be 2 minutes each. Yes, let me pick Dr. Otara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the update that you have given us. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking you for providing practical leadership in that when you led the work against malaria, that was clearly a demonstration of translating theoretical leadership into practice. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, malaria is the #1 cause of anemia, but also the #1 killer of children below 5 years, most of whom die of anemia, but also it is the #1 killer of pregnant mothers. You talked about the opportunity of going to Nakasero Blood Bank anytime, and I want to applaud you for that guidance that you've given to this House. Right Honorable Speaker, today Nakasero Blood Bank has come here, and I believe this is a great opportunity for all of us to go and donate blood. People still have misgivings. I have just come from donating blood out there. And when I met a few colleagues, they were saying, but for me, I'm 50, I can't donate blood. And I told them I'm even older than 50 years. So I've been donating. So I want to encourage more colleagues to go there and donate blood so that we can save lives. The second point, Right Honorable Speaker, that I would like to talk about is in respect to the issue that you alluded to about intern.
No, it's a matter before a committee. So it's an issue we cannot comment on here, Honorable. Rule 80. Rule 8 of our rules of procedure. Honorable Nyashkongoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for this communication. Ma'am, touched by the road carnage and particularly the lives that we have lost. I'm happy the Minister for Kampala is here. Sometimes, I don't know whether you have gotten time to visit Mulago Hospital, especially the casualty ward, and most of the accidents in Kampala by borders. We've had regulations. I don't know whether the implementation has failed. And this has even resulted into failing us to do the walking on the walkways. Yet it is part of the exercising and getting away from sitting all the time. We sit in parliament, we sit in meetings. You cannot get an opportunity to walk on the streets because of borders. Even when you're on the pavers, they even find you there. It is more so challenging where you see like this junction, the policemen are there, that they don't respect traffic lights. They knock you, you end up paying them. I don't know what is going to happen apart from losing lives, but the misconduct of these borders, particularly failure to respect the traffic lights, maybe the project that is coming on board will help us, where members of parliament should support. Otherwise, we are losing lives because of borders in Kampala. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Joel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate your guidance that government comes with a statement about our colleague who was assaulted. With your guidance, I would like to request that government broadens that statement a little bit, because we should not only get concerned when it is members of parliament who are assaulted. Ordinary people, many times, whether it be during arrest or that kind of thing, people are manhandled. Yesterday, we saw how intern doctors who are asking to be deployed to go and work, as they were trying to bring a petition to parliament, they were badly handled. So it cuts across, Right Honorable Speaker. So I think it would be good that government addresses this issue comprehensively. Why are arrests conducted in such a manner, in a beastly manner? I'm sorry to use that word. So I think it would be good that we broaden it. Our concern should not only be when it happens to one of us, and indeed it can happen to anybody, but let's be concerned when it happens to any Ugandan citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Karangara? No, not Karangara. Yes, that's Karangara. Karanga, Honorable Kawusu, give space to a lady. Chamuswa, give space to a lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being gender sensitive. In your communication, you talked about the lake. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why there's being so much unfairness when it comes to the lake. We talked about one time about, it was about labeling the dangerous spots on the lake, putting marks on the dangerous spots on the lake. Mr. Speaker, the minister told me to remind him. I even wrote a letter reminding him, and he said, no, we are going to go around and do a survey again. But as we speak, I think it's a month now. We just got an accident recently. Thankfully, no people died. They drowned and were able to swim and rescued by passers-by. I mean passers-by on the lake, Mr. Speaker. So we need assistance in this. It should be taken urgently because the lake, well, much as we use it, it is dangerous. We have a season where people cannot travel safely because of the strong winds. Mr. Speaker, they should handle it with the urgency it requires. I thank you.
Let Honorable Kabu supplement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this way. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Transport made a commitment that they will also build rescue centers. Mr. Speaker, the accidents, of course, accidents are incidents that are not planned, but some accidents after occurrence, they can be managed. The Ministry of Works promised that they would build rescue centers, at least with some of the districts in the lake. Namayingo, Buvuma, Kalangala, Kome Mukono, and some other districts that have islands. Mr. Speaker, there are no signs that these rescue centers or that there are any efforts being done. Mr. Speaker, we can't have accidents year after the other. And we come to mourn or to inform this parliament. This government should be urged, or we should be seeing some efforts that when our people, particularly in the lake, get accidents, the efforts that government has put a mechanism to rescue them. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Waru, then Honorable Semuju.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much for standing with women. I watched with a lot of pain the situation in Mitiana, what happened yesterday in Buvuma, what happened in Soroti, and other areas. These are women members of parliament. And right, Honorable Speaker, there's something I want us to interest ourselves in. When you look at all the functions that have been dispersed, they are members of the opposition. But the NRM women members of parliament have had smooth celebrations of their functions. Why? A woman is a woman, whether NRM, whether FDC, whether DP, a woman is a woman. I think I want to suggest this, right, Honorable Speaker, that going forward, the Prime Minister is going to come and tell us we shall look into this, we shall look into this. I think going forward, we pass it as this parliament, that apart from the national celebrations, that will be presided over by the head of state. All the district functions be presided over by the women members of parliament, so that we can solve these problems. There is one thing I'm not comfortable of inviting for ministers. They invite ministers to come and preside over functions in the districts. They undermine the women members of parliament in that district. I had a situation, right, Honorable Speaker, where Honorable Alice Alaso was a woman member of parliament, Soroti. The other DC then called a Tonu, rushed to a rapper to preside over a function. Honorable Alice Alaso literally went and sat on his laps and said, you show me your things if you are a woman. So that is, we don't want to go into that. All functions be presided over by the women members of parliament. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Semuju.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in your communication, following these incidents, you asked who is in charge. I wanted to raise this as a reaction, but also as a matter of procedure under Rule 143. This specific matter relating to the anti-homosexuality bill. Mr. Speaker, we passed this bill with the full participation of government, represented by the Deputy Attorney General. But there is a letter circulating of the Deputy Attorney General saying that this parliament forced him. That he sat here, he was being called by the Speaker to offer legal advice as the Constitution mandates him. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wanted to find out from you as the presiding officer, the mechanism that he used to force the Attorney General to concede to clauses as we are passing them. But also, I sit on the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The committee, we've been told we have a WhatsApp group that we should go for COVID test. The committee is going to meet the president over a bill that has not been returned to Parliament. Professor Poronsivami, former Prime Minister, used to call this the disease of presidentialism. Because a bill has not been returned to Parliament, but some committee members are falling on each other in an attempt to rush to State House to meet the president. You asked who is in charge, so you want to be told, Mr. Speaker, whether the speakers of Parliament have been overthrown. And related to that, Mr. Speaker, the good thing with your experience as a former minister, the functions of cabinet and ministers are stipulated under Article 11 of the Constitution. I want to find out, Mr. Speaker, because under Article 1133, the president may assign extra activities to a minister. Whether the president can use this article to assign ministers to give company to his children when they are going to attend parties in Kigali or to the beaches in Mombasa. Because last week you saw two ministers of security and constitutional affairs giving company to the president's son as he went to attend his party. And the president has a number of children. Don't be surprised that tomorrow you may see the Honorable Nankabiru and Mama Mabira giving company to a daughter who is going to Mombasa to a beach. But Article 111 of the Constitution, 113 of the Constitution, they stipulate what the functions of cabinet and functions of ministers are. Can we be told whether the president can, under Article 113, assign ministers to give company to his children?
Thank you. Honorable Semuju never disappoints. We've been missing you, and welcome back from Mecca. Honorable, now beyond one being a minister, they do have their personal relations, private relations, you know, beyond being a minister. Number two, ministers on their travel, if they are traveling in the official capacity, they get clearance from the Prime Minister, so they don't get it from the Speaker or Deputy Speaker. But so I don't know if there are ministers who traveled and are enjoying a certain birthday. If they are, I will ask why they didn't invite me also. We should have enjoyed, all of us. Okay? Maybe all of us, we could have enjoyed. Yeah. But the Prime Minister usually is in charge of ministers. But on the issue of the bill, which you've talked about, it's a really point of concern. And I had raised it when we were handling the tourism bill here. The museum and monuments bill here, where we had I was in cabinet when it came to cabinet. Ministers didn't complain on issues. It came here, we discussed, no minister complained on issues. And then I see the president saying the ministers are saying A, B, C, D is not in line. And then I say, but ministers are members of parliament. And we have the Attorney General here. And that's why each one of us is given a chance. So when I saw the rate of the Deputy Attorney General, I was concerned because it clearly conflicts with the Hansard. The Hansard is very, very clear. He was agreeing. Maybe if he had written that after assessment, okay, as a ministry, after assessment of the bill, which means he has gotten advice beyond what he could provide here, beyond what he could foresee at that time, you know, but now he wrote, and we cannot force anyone here to make a submission on the floor. So we've taken interest in that matter as a leadership. We'll meet the Deputy Attorney General over it so that we first understand what he meant by saying he was forced, okay? And then I will be seeing the next step to take on that matter. But I want to request, when we are in this house, all of us here, we are members of parliament. Even a minister is a member of parliament. So when we agree on a bill here, we agree. If you don't agree, indeed you put your position, here you refuse to concede, we put a question. When you're defeated, you can go to the executive and you say, I explained they didn't listen to me, but I believe this is ABCD. But when you say you agree with us, and you clear us, and we seek your advice, you say as an Attorney General, everything is okay. But then you go, you write otherwise, then it's really, that's betrayal of colleagues. That's betrayal of colleagues here. But we shall share with Doug and understand each other more, colleagues. We don't want to escalate it. We don't, the focus is on the bill. If we now divert from the bill into fighting with someone, then we shall have lost focus. Let's first secure our bill properly. Rob?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to initially acknowledge the immaculate job of the LOP Emeritus, who did a wonderful job. A confirmation of the fact that we have no deficit of able men and women on this side of the aisle, Right Honorable Speaker. That's for another day, sir. Right Honorable Speaker, having said that, we take your guidance on the matter that you have picked at the leadership of Parliament relating to brutalization of our women members of Parliament. But I would like to ask that as the Prime Minister comes to make a report on it, some matters are very urgent. They may not wait until Tuesday because the community is really scared as to whether they have a government. For instance, when I went to visit the Honorable Susan in hospital, she was with her sister who was equally in hospital, brutalized with bruises, and she told me she was organely founded by police officers, you know, that her breasts were squeezed, that she was almost laid bare. But because she's not an MP like Susan, her case did not come to the media. Secondly, Susan's mother was beaten and slept in jail. This is not coming through. Even her father was jailed and released in the night for being the father and mother of the MP. The mother was beaten and slept in the cells. This can't wait. I don't know, Speaker. The Minister of Internal Affairs should tell us whether he's in charge And in the media say today is Monday, so it's Tuesday. Tuesday next week is very far for these criminals to be still around within the people. Right, Mr. Speaker, the army was involved and they were shooting all over the island. They were shooting in the water, in the forests. These are insane humans. They should really be somewhere gazetted. This cannot wait for the Prime Minister. We have tomorrow, we have Thursday. The ministers in charge of these beasts should be coming to report whether they are still amongst humans. Mr. Speaker, because we cannot be leaders in this country when this is going on. Certainly, the Minister for Presidency will need to come and explain whether she gave some more powers beyond what we know to the RDCs. RDCs. When MPs are elected, they're elected to the job for which they are elected, and nobody can assume their role. Whether you are taller or fatter than the MP is the MP. Whether you're older, you are not. Mr. Speaker, I'm only pleading with you to order some of the ministers before the Prime Minister comes to come and make preliminary explanations as what steps they have taken to get some of these fellows away from the public. How do you jail an old woman for just being the mother of an MP? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Lop, we looked at all this, but we found it needs a multi-sectoral approach. And we said which minister now will take the lead. So we found we need contribution from internal affairs, from defense, from the presidency. And that's why we thought that the Prime Minister as the supervisor would easily be a better person. But let's make consultations tomorrow, then we shall see how best we can handle this issue quickly. But for the agency, I totally agree with you, and that we wanted to get a comprehensive response on the matter. Matters of national importance, Honorable Tanya Sowed. Procedure, let me start with the procedure. Yeah. Honorable Semuj, wait.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My procedure matter lies under Rule 7 by your powers and Rule 8 of our rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, according to Article 91, Clause 8, it mandates that when a bill passed by this House has to be put into the Gazette. And likewise, the Act of Parliament Act, Section 14, requires any article passed by Parliament to be published into the National Gazette for the public to know of the content of the bill and the do's and the don'ts. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm just worried, according to the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill we passed in here, 2023, you informed us here that the President considered and assented, but it is not anywhere, whether in the parliamentary library, public library, on any other platform, it's nowhere. And according to Section 13 of the surveillance unit, we had removed the UPDF from operation. I watched the operation when Honorable Susan Nakazi Bovuma, which was exhibited on her. I was also personally going to attend, but when I looked what was trending on the social media, I declined because they were subjecting her for having petitioned government for failure, for such acts of omissions and conducts, for failure for the president to assent on the bill. And I was also a victim that they were netting. Honorable Speaker, my procedure issue isn't it procedurally right
for the clerk to always inform us and update us wherever any letter for reception of the bill for the president for assent is effective, so that we are served with it in our pigeonholes. And also lastly, isn't it procedurally right for us for you to guide us whether the fisheries and aquaculture bill was assented in a smuggling manner, so that we begin to look for it also in a smuggling way, because it's not anywhere. It's in a ghost form. I beg to decline.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, the narrative of your point of procedure and then the conclusion were a bit different. But I picked what you are talking about. Usually these bills have commencement dates. They have commencement dates, and most of them have regulations. So they are usually gazetted together with the regulations. But whenever allow me, I cross-check with the clerk so that tomorrow I can give feedback on this issue. I really need to get clear information about it. Okay? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of opposition pointed to a number of ministers who should come and answer, including those who are hiding because of iron sheet. There are ministers who are these days moving on borders. They have abandoned official vehicles. We have a prime minister and the deputies, potentially all of them suspects that can be picked anytime. So the question and procedure I'm asking, if the government is in this state of panic, I can see my brother Musasizi. The body is here, but I don't think the heart is here. If and the Honorable Navakova, the bodies are in parliament, but the hearts must be somewhere. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, under the Constitution, the Prime Minister is supposed to be the leader of government business. Shall. That's what the Constitution says. Shall. She's not here. The deputies who are also suspects are not here. The other ministers, you can see them looking at you, but the eyes are not seeing. Others are on borders hiding. Oh, the procedure issue I'm raising, Mr. Speaker, is whether the president must not brief parliament. Because you asked who is in charge. Who is going to be handling government business if we have ministers and others seated in parliament, but they are not there?
Thank you. Now I think Honorable Semuji is giving me a very big assignment. For example, looking at someone who is here, I say the body is here, but the mind is in hiding. I don't have that expertise, but honorable colleagues have been here. Colleagues, you see, what has happened to honorable colleagues? It can happen to any of us. I don't want us to celebrate it in any way. It appear. It can happen to any of us. And we pray for our colleagues to go through this so that we conclude the chapter. It's a matter being handled. I would really say that since it's a matter being handled by courts, by police, and our own committee of parliament, we leave it at that. I don't want any colleague to feel uncomfortable coming to this house because they will be ridiculed once they sit in the house. Okay, so let's leave it at that humble. Honorable Zijan, but colleagues, I need us move. Honorable Zijan, you're the last. This and we move.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise under Rule 84 of our rules, and I would that you guide me if that is not the appropriate rule. Now, with regard to the conduct of armed forces as they apprehended our honorable colleagues. The honorable leader of opposition has expressed his indignation, but in his expression, he referred to members of the armed forces as beasts. Now, I share the same pain and anger with him. Right, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence as to whether it's procedurally right that we allow this to remain on the record of the Hansard. Whether it's procedure not wouldn't be procedurally proper to expunge the particular word beasts in reference to human beings, because we know that in as much as they behaved in such manner, they are really human beings, they are husbands, they are fathers, they are sons. So their conduct notwithstanding, would you guide this house as to whether it's proper that we are contented that this house refers to members of the armed forces as beasts, and we are happy with it? I beg to.
Thank you. Please, a colleague is entitled to his opinion. Okay? You might disagree, but a colleague is entitled to his or her opinion. And you know, in literature, those who studied literature, is what we studied called diction, the choice of words you use. Sometimes how to express, you know, yourself. Sometimes you're driven by emotions, by anger. But I think the word beast is not appropriate. It wouldn't be appropriate. But I know Rope usually corrects such. So Rope, you can have a better, a more suitable word, or I know, listen, colleagues, I know Rope, even when he's annoyed, he's always a kind man.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, the Honourable Jan is a new member here. But those who know me, I communicate graphically. And if I knew the names of those men in uniform, I would have described them differently. So give me the names, I'll give them the right descriptions.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, the fact that I don't know their names, but they were in a national uniform, they did not look like humans. So if you give me the names, I will change the description.
So, colleagues, Honorable Nankabra wanted to say something? Yeah. Honorable, you're protected.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I was just wondering whether the leader of opposition is going to maintain the kind of people who are guarding him, because they are all armed forces that are under the leadership of the commander-in-chief. So I was just wondering whether he will be secure to continue being guarded by such a group of people. Is this parliament?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Order.
No, Honorable, there is no one on the floor to. No, she's not on the floor. She's not on the floor. Yeah, Honorable colleagues, you know, I know sometimes we can be angry, we do what, And from the point, I could really, even me, when I saw those videos, they was very disturbing. But for the sake of the Hansard, there is a language we usually want to use. People can be brutal, can be, you know. I think I'm going to invoke section 200 and rule 229 of our rules of procedure. I expand that component of beasts, but we shouldn't lose focus. We shouldn't lose focus of the literary meaning, okay, and characterization that led the Honorable Mpuga to bring this issue, okay? Yes, so it should be noted. Otherwise, you can see some of the conducts are forcing members to use very, very strong language, which I know some wouldn't want to use. I know Honorable Mpuga very, very well. He wouldn't want to use that language, but sometimes we force them into a corner. Yeah, so honorable colleagues, yes, Honorable Kitanya Sowed.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise on a matter of national importance regarding the escalating tension between the cultivators and pastoralists in Ngoko village, Hima Parish, Chitwamba Sub-County, Kasese District. Right Honorable Speaker, the tension that is existing in Chitwamba, in Ngoko village, is as a result of the resettlement of the pastoralists in 2007, where government resolved to settle the pastoralists that had occupied Queen Elizabeth National Park on the former government lands, that is Hima Ame Production Farm and Ibuga Refugee Settlement Farm. Right Honorable Speaker, during the process of resettling the pastoralists, the cultivators who were staying adjacent to the government land were displaced. And because of that, the cultivators, Right Honorable Speaker, resorted to court redress. They went to court, and in 2016, they secured the ruling in their favor. The High Court in Fort Portal ruled, among other orders, that the cultivators should retain their land, which was equivalent to 766 acres. Right Honorable Speaker, from 2016 to date, the cultivators have never accessed their land, yet there is a court order. The office...
Prayer.
Right Honorable Speaker, if you could give me just a minute before I go to the prayers. The office of the RDC worked with the Ministry of Lands, and the Honorable Dr. Mayanja Sam came to Kasese and made directives. Among the directives, he said that the cultivators should be given their land, and he even sent a team of surveyors to go and help the cultivators retain their land. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister in charge of presidency, Babalanda Babirie,
the Honorable
Babalanda Babirie, Mile, directed that this exercise of resettling the cultivators should be stopped. Now, what is happening on the ground, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the cultivators have now vowed to enter the land by force, and they are even threatening to destroy crops, kill animals, and do all sorts of destruction, Right Honorable Speaker. My prayers. One is that we are requesting that government should immediately go and parcel this land so that each of the warring groups can get their portion before we see a lot of destruction and bloodshed. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the cultivators who were displaced have been living in a camp for the last 16 years without any support. I want to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the cultivators should be given some relief. And thirdly, that once the demarcation has been completed, the cultivators and the pastoralists should be given their land titles so that they stop fighting for this land. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. I want to acknowledge that the member brought the petition to my office, and we have been working with him to actually resolve the matter in his constituency. Honorable Mayanja went on ground to meet the respective stakeholders and find ways of handling the matter peacefully, because there is a cabinet decision that even parceled out the land between the cultivators and the pastoralists. But when we went on ground to implement the same, the two groups, again, were not accepting what had been decided previously. So we had to go back again to sit with them, discuss and tell them the decisions that were made before, and now we are still in engagements. And once the engagements are done, then the surveyors will go on ground and parcel the land. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Honorable Semoji, you can see Honorable Nabakova's heart is here. It's not only the body, but also the heart is here. So, and the mind, you know. So we are doing very well. But Honorable Minister, by the time a member comes again, it means on your side, maybe the progress is extremely slow. So you need to put in more effort. You address the concern. And above all, when there is a court judgment, I mean, where else would people go if they go to court and get judgments and they can't be implemented? So you need to put in more speed in terms of addressing the issue. Honorable Abubakar Kawadia. Honorable, no, I think this is a matter for which you can't say 2 weeks or what, but what we can do in 1 month's time, you can come back to me. Okay? And I'm also going to ensure that I coordinate with the minister and you. We follow up this matter together. Okay? Yes. If not, then we would see other ways of helping the minister. Honorable Baker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I move this matter under Rule 49, Sub Rule 1. It is a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I wish to bring to your attention the disaster that occurred today morning, where we experienced heavy rains in most of the areas of Kampala and the metropolitan area. Right Honorable Speaker, a case in point is my constituency, Rubaga North constituency, where we have experienced over 500 homesteads that don't have roofs as we are speaking right now. We had a terrible, yes, we had a terrible heavy rains in the morning, and these heavy rains, yes, These heavy rains have affected most of the people residing in areas of Kasubi, Rubia, and areas of Nankulabye parishes. I have also received information from other parts of Kampala and Wakiso as a shadow minister in charge of those areas that they're also experiencing the same at the moment. My prayers. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request that Parliament instructs the ministry in charge of disaster to intervene into this matter, and I beg to submit.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, these are matters where we don't need to instruct. They are matters where disaster must be attended to. Okay? And I'm very happy the Prime Minister has arrived. This is a serious issue for which I will even give, I need the Prime Minister to be the one to handle it. So, honorable, I can give you another opportunity to quickly go through it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to bring to your attention the terrible disaster that occurred in my constituency and other parts of Kampala in the wee hours of today morning, where we experienced heavy rains that affected over 500 homes. Right Honorable Speaker and members, as we are speaking right now, the affected people have nowhere to stay and they are very stranded. I call upon the relevant ministry and the Office of Prime Minister that serious intervention be carried out where we expect relief items such as food and mabati, as we are all aware that we have a saga of mabati where people took mabati for their own use. So I call upon the ministry in charge of disaster and the Office of OPM to treat this matter as a matter of urgency. I beg to submit. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, honorable colleagues, you spoil for yourselves. You're here, you're saying Mabati was taken, but you want Mabati. What if one stands up and says, but you have just said Mabati was taken? And Prime Minister, if you still have some.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, indeed, we are already aware that Kampala was affected yesterday. And today morning, yes. Members, we already have got a meeting in my office, the senior top management meeting, because we continue to get reports in piecemeal. We have directed that the executive director for Kampala, together with our office, goes on ground to assess the situation and come up with actionable points.
Thank you. Honorable Sir Maureen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern here is about a disaster. Early last month in Etori ward, Narua City, Etori experienced fire disaster. The genesis of disaster started when a man was doing bush clearing on his farm. Little did he know that day that there was strong wind, and the wind ended up spreading fire to people's homes, leaving them no rooms to pick their property. So most of their property has been burned down together with their homes. So my prayers would be that let the ministry in charge be responsible to restore confidence and hope in our people by giving them whatever relief they have. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I am going to request the member to get in touch with the disaster committee at the district or city, so that they now send us details of what actually transpired, and then we shall send their relief.
Thank
We
you.
still have something in our stores.
Okay, Honorable Remricha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Speaker raised on the matter of national importance in regard to the failure by the Minister of Public Service to grant Ntoroko District local government clearance to recruit critical staff. The Right Honorable Speaker, Ntoroko District secured a wage of 2.9 billion for recruitment. County Ntoroko District has written several letters and are scoring the same, but all in vain. The Right Honorable Speaker personally wrote on 7th September 2022 and 6th of March 2023 on the same, but with no response. Ntoroko District lack critical staff in different departments, hence affecting service delivery. My prayer as the Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Public Service should come and explain to this August House and the country the reason for the refusal to clear Ntoroko District for recruitment. Two, the Minister of Public Service should give Ntoroko District clearance to recruit with a view of saving the wage from being swept back to Treasury at the end of this financial year. Lastly, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Public Service should come and assure us of reverting back the wage in case it's swept back at the end of this financial year. I thank the Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Right Honorable, I don't see your minister here.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of Public Service and that of local government are directed to go and make good what is in Ntoroko District.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, you'll give us an update on Thursday during Prime Minister's time on the issue. Honorable Serukenya David.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to bring it to your attention on this August House that one of my imams in Machindesa Bagabo, that is Luga, Huda Mosque, was abducted. He had 2 wives, they are starving. We've tried everywhere, we don't know where he is. And another challenge is that the force used excessive force to arrest him, which is too much. Even I want to bring to attention that even Chairman Nyanzu was beaten badly from Chenjojo, his nursing wounds. And yesterday the picture was very bad for our health workers who were treated badly. So I request the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Defense to come and explain to me where my imam is, because it is really challenging, and the imams wanted to come to Parliament, but I told them, please don't come. They have to tell me where our imam is and why they are using excessive force to torture our people, because Chairman Nyanzi was badly brutalized and is going abroad.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Honorable, you've mixed your issues properly. It's a real remix. Now you say someone was kidnapped, and then you say they used too much force to arrest him. So please always prepare your questions very well.
That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would request my brother to go and report to the nearest police. That is number one. Because if they have no report at any police, then follow-up becomes difficult. So sometimes they report to some other officers we don't know. Then 2, I would also request the ministry. I don't know, they are not here, but I will request them. Semuju. Right Honorable Speaker, my brother Semuju, you know, when he talks about me, he feels very.
Now, Honorable colleagues, I request you see, the moment you start responding to people who are not on record, to honorable colleagues who are not on record, now in future, someone who will be reading the answer will say, but what was going on? Was this person talking to themselves? So when colleagues are not on record, don't respond to them. Okay, it makes it very better. But honorable, indeed, right honorable, help the colleague like you've committed, work with him to address the matter. Honorable Kabusu Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a matter of urgent and national importance. It relates to the fishing communities. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries gave a directive that fish nets measuring approximately 5.5 inches would be suspended from being used in a period ending 30th April. Mr. Speaker, there were no guidelines issued by the ministry on how the same directive would be implemented. Given the nature of enforcement on our lakes and water bodies, that the army was deployed to enforce such directives. Mr. Speaker, the worry or the general outcry is that when the army, the Fisheries Protection Unit, will start enforcing the directives, there won't be observance of human rights and property rights. My prayer, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Fisheries comes to Parliament and issues guidelines on how enforcement of this directive would be made. And two, Mr. Speaker, that while enforcing this, strict observance of rights to property and lives should be adhered to prevent loss of lives and property. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, not every issue should come here. I think this is meant for people on the ground, very clearly known communities. I think what is indeed needed would be the guidelines like you've put, and we don't have much time between now and 30th. It would be for the minister either to go him or herself, or to use the authorities on the ground, the fisheries officers and all that, to go and explain to the communities. To sensitize, to use the radio to communicate to them and say, no, we are going to do A, B, C, D to enforce this directive. I think it would be much better than bringing the guidelines here. But let the minister, right on, Prime Minister, take up this matter, and the minister engages the community so that we don't have a lot of skirmishes on this issue. Honorable Nyakato Asnath.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Raised under Rule 49, Sub-Rule 1. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there has been an outbreak of a disease called mumps in Hoima City, here in Kampala and some parts of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the disease causes the cheeks of the children to swell with severe pain, but also causing fever and high temperatures. And it has been brought to my attention, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that schools have decided to send our children back home for medication. Right Honorable Speaker, parents are stranded with these children because they don't know the right medication of what can treat this strange disease. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that Ministry of Health comes to this honorable house and explain the cause of the disease, but also to explain the extent, the magnitude to which the outbreak has gone. And finally, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health should work together to ensure that standard operating procedures should be given out so that the schools can be able to manage.
Thank you.
I beg to submit.
Thank you. Minister of Health, come on Tuesday. Honorable, because it might be, I was thinking we could let the minister go study, working with you and.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I'm happy that my colleague sister has given a statement here. Maybe let me get more details from her, then we'll follow up.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Are not soaring, so otherwise we would have started with you. Yes, colleagues, the rest of the matters we shall do tomorrow. Our time is really not good. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to amend the order paper to accommodate one urgent statement in the request of the Prime Minister. All right, Honorable Prime Minister. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, if you don't mind, just answer one question, one issue, then you go on that urgent question.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, today morning I arrived late and I was coming back from Buhweju because the Buhweju roads have been cut off again. Whereas the Prime Minister directed that we be given a priority and our roads be fixed, the ministers did not listen to her. They have not respected the Prime Minister's directives. I abandoned my vehicle at midnight in the middle of the road, and I used the bus to come to Kampala because I could not remove it. Now, of course, the Shema and Kashara are also in the same condition because that's where we go through. Even when we were told that there was a presidential directive that our roads be prioritized, they were not in the ministerial statements like we saw last time. There's no budget for them. But in the meantime, the maintenance that has been, the money for maintenance that has been provided for now only caters for the road up to the border of Buhweju. So Buhweju has been left out, Right Honorable Prime Minister. So our concern is, what do we do with the people of Buhweju? Because the road has been provided to start from Kabohe up to Bizwera and leaving Buhweju out of the question. That is my concern, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I have been to Buhweju, like I told you. I want to thank the member for his report. It is not true that the road will stop from will start from Bizwera and not go through Buhweju. That's not true, because the president directed that road should be prioritized. And therefore, for me, what I know is that the ministry, through UNRWA, has been mobilizing resources, including machines, to go and start working on your roads. I want you to be patient. But now that a problem has come, our people are stuck, I am going to direct UNRWA to come to Buhweju and get those chokes done forthwith.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, your statement.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have come with a statement for members of Parliament and the country on the efforts undertaken by the government of Uganda regarding evacuation of Ugandans in Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, let me start with the background. As you may recall, in 2019, President Bashir of Sudan was ousted following a series of protests regarding rising commodity and food prices, including wheat and bread in Sudan. The army, together with rapid support forces, a paramilitary force who were previously loyal to the former President Bashir, cooperated with the population and ousted him. A civilian government headed by the Prime Minister, Abdal Hamdok, was ushered in, but later overthrown in 2021 by a joint coup of Sudan Armed Forces and the RSF. A framework cooperation agreement was later negotiated in 2022 with the hope of returning to civil rule. The framework agreement also provided for security sector reform and cooperation of all forces into one national army with eventual civilian authority and oversight. The creation of a national army, however, seemed to be contentious and led to the recent crashes that broke out on 15th April 2023 after days of escalating armed maneuvers by the rival forces. It is understood that tensions had run high for days amid a dispute related to demands from the army that the RSF resolve and its members be integrated into the national army. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, according to the World Health Organization, over 420 people are dead and over 3,700 people are wounded, and countless others are stuck in their homes without major utilities such as electricity, water, food, to mention but a few. It is also reported that some hospitals have run out of supplies and the aid agencies have suspended operations. The ongoing violence has affected operations at the main international airport, destroyed the passenger planes, and damaged at least one runway. Other airports in the country have been affected too. Evacuation arrangements for trapped Ugandans. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, after receiving information that there are Ugandans stranded in Sudan, directed me to coordinate the ministries of Foreign Affairs, Ministries of Works and Transport, and the ESO to work out an evacuation plan. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs requested Ugandans in Sudan to register through their association heads with the embassy in Khartoum. A list of those that registered is hereby attached, Right Honorable Speaker. The embassy also requested, where possible, those Ugandans who could to converge at the embassy in Khartoum. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through our mission in Khartoum, was working on and considering two possible routes of evacuation as follows. One, moving Ugandans who would have converged at the embassy to Port Sudan, which is a distance of 1,000 kilometers away from Khartoum, where they could be facilitated to fly out. The second option was transporting Ugandans via the Karubat border with Ethiopia to the town of Gonda. Evacuation arrangements for Ugandans would thereafter be made from Gonda Airport in Ethiopia to Uganda. Following close analysis, the government of Uganda, in coordination with the mission in Khartoum, decided to consider option 2, which seemed to be more reasonable since the distance was shorter, and we have since done the following. 1, His Excellency the President guided that the evacuation plan should be done through Ethiopia, via an executive order to me. This evacuation plan was in line with an earlier decision to continue constructive engagement with the Sudanese authorities to seek for cooperation with Uganda's evacuation plan. As a result of this engagement, government hired 6 buses to accommodate all the Ugandans, including diplomats, students, workers, and those visiting who were in transit to Mecca, to evacuate stranded Ugandans via Ethiopia route to the town of Gonda via the Garabat border. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in this regard, I'm happy to report that a total of 208 Ugandans have been successfully evacuated by road using hired buses to Ethiopia and are currently being cleared at the border between Sudan and Ethiopia. Honorable Speaker, we have appealed to the International Organization for Migration to support the evacuation plans and efforts. We have also approached the UN Regional Service Center in Entebbe to support Uganda's proposed evacuation plans. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, through the Defense Attaché at our mission in Khartoum, Brigadier General Karara, I want you to clap for that gentleman, mobilized the Ugandans through their association to coordinate their evacuation. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have established that 120 Ugandans were working in Khartoum. 122 were students, 14 were in hospitals, and 19 were in transit to Mecca, and 6 were on short visit. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is in constant communication with 3 Ugandans who decided to use public road transport via South Sudan, 2 via Port Sudan, and 1 World Bank official who used Ethiopian route. The Ministry of Works and Transport, through its agencies, that is UCAA and Uganda Airlines, will evacuate Ugandans to Entebbe. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority has already given clearance to Uganda Airlines to fly to Ethiopia and pick our stranded Ugandans using our Airbus, which will carry them all at once. The embassy in Khartoum remains in constant contact with Ugandans who are unable to join the evacuation plan because of heavy fighting in Sudan, and we shall keep this parliament informed of our interventions. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, internal clearances for Ugandans at the border between Sudan and Ethiopia is still ongoing as we speak now. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I'll pick around 3 colleagues, 3 or 4 on this matter, but this is just for information purposes, for taking notes. So let us not prolong it. Honorable Semuju, Honorable Cooper, Magor, Face.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There are lessons to learn. I want to thank government for evacuating Ugandans. Al-Bashir stayed in power and sought to become a life president.
That situation exists here. Two, al-Bashir created that rapid support force illegally. The same way SFC was created illegally here. And I remember the brigadier from Bunyoro, who was in charge of professionalization of the army, warning President Museveni not to create a special force like you see Republican Guards in Iraq, because you are creating an army within an army. That situation also exists here. Can I ask the Prime Minister if she's no longer hiding? Tell us whether, as government, beyond discussing the evacuation, they are also discussing conditions that have created the chaos in in Sudan, because Uganda is potentially a few years away from falling where Sudan is now. You have a person in power is about to become 80, in power for now 37 years. He has created an army within an army, and he has abandoned what was provided in the constitution, the peaceful transfer of power. Because maybe a few years later, Sudan will be discussing evacuating its citizens from Uganda.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Honorable Cooper.
Yeah, thank you. It's in the times like this that citizens must feel that they belong to a country. So that's a noble cause that the government decided to take. But having said that, listening to you in your statement, you say you are engaging with the government of Sudan. What about the RSF? Because there are also Ugandans who are in the areas controlled by that team. Because listening to BBC yesterday and this morning, there are other governments, the European Union, the British, the French, the Americans are engaging both sides to allow their people to exit from whichever side they are in. Now that we have the 72-hour lull of the fight, I think there's need to engage such that our people who are in those areas, which is controlled by that RSF group, can also be evacuated. Yes, we are using the Airbus to evacuate our people, but we must also be looking in terms of cost, which would have been cheaper. Maybe for those who may not be able to come on the Airbus, it may be cheaper to engage Ethiopian Airlines, fly them in here, than chartering a plane from here to go and pick and bring them back. Look at it as well. For those who may not be able to be brought here, it must be cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you, John Faith.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on Sunday, the 23rd, the delegation of the Right Honorable Speaker was in Bungoko North in Mbale, and it was handed over a petition of a number of students who were studying in Khartoum, and it was presented by the lecturer at IUIU, requesting the government to intervene. And when I hear this statement from the Right Honorable Prime Minister about the evacuation of the students and the Ugandans who are stranded in Khartoum, it is a demonstration of concern, a government that is concerned about her citizens. And we appreciate that, and the patriotism that has been exhibited, especially when we talk about, yes, could have been a cheaper way indeed for Ethiopian Airlines to bring in the people who are stranded. But it's also when are we also going to back to the country that we care? And the cost and life of a Ugandan is costly, and that is the price we are paying. So I appreciate that, and I submit my appreciation in this house for the response. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cicero Guar, Honorable Mero, and then I conclude with Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I hear of fire in Sudan, I always feel that Uganda should continue to champion the principle of being brother's keeper. Apart from evacuating Ugandans, which means we are focusing more on the security of our very own. What is it that Uganda is doing to stop that conflict? I think that is, to me, very important, because whatever affects one African country affects all of us. Right, Honorable Speaker, what Uganda has done in Somalia and what Uganda has done in the neighboring countries has been applauded. And therefore, Uganda should do something to show that we are concerned about what is happening in Sudan over and above securing the lives of our own. But finally, I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to say that unless we Ugandans also have mechanism for conflict resolution, continuous mechanism, a mechanism that continuously deals with conflict, we may find ourselves, as our colleague has said, in the same situation. Right Honorable Speaker, as an elder, what I'm seeing is not right. And if elders continue to keep quiet, we shall all be responsible of what will happen in this country if we plug ourselves into a chaos. Because we are seeing people moving on parallel lines. Right now, if I'm blocked from going to Soroti City, but there are others who are moving all over the country, people will judge what is happening. Ogwali is ambulance. She has no gun. But there are others who are moving all over the place. So Right Honorable Speaker, something is going on which is not right. And I think it's our responsibility as a parliament and as leaders in this country to make sure such a disaster which is happening in Sudan doesn't happen in Uganda. I beg to submit.
Honorable Mero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is worthy giving credit to where it deserves. I want to thank the Prime Minister for the report and for evacuating our people. This really shows the spirit of concern and love for our people. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this goes as a reminder to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ministry of Foreign Affairs should endeavor to sensitize Ugandans who are going out of this country, always to register and to go to their embassy, because that is their home away from here, such that in case anything happens, they should be able to get in touch with these people so easily. It is unfortunate that we are talking about only 208 Ugandans in Khartoum. However, there are very many people who are there who don't even know where they belong now, where to go and how to start about it. So I want to ask Ministry of Foreign Affairs, take the lead in sensitizing Ugandans to get out of this country, to make it a point that they register as soon as they get wherever they go so that they get helped. Otherwise, most of our people are suffering because they don't have anyone to help them and they don't know where to start from. And yet the embassy is their home. This comes as a reminder. In Bahrain, there are many of our Ugandans who are stranded because we don't have services given to them, and yet they are sending money in this country. So we need to help our people outside there. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for these efforts to bring back the Ugandans safely to Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You had, with your indulgence, allowed me to remind the Prime Minister of her earlier response to the Honorable Kawalia of the troubles in Kampala, that the Prime Minister's assurance is not adequate because the torrential rains pounding Kampala and the entire country are still really on the horizon. And the Prime Minister said that they're doing an assessment, but it might rain tonight. If I were the Prime Minister, I would assess with a truck of tarpaulins and some food, because these residents have no dwelling. So when it rains tonight, trouble. Secondly, you need to plan for cholera, a cholera outbreak. The red flag is on the horizon on cholera. When you hear these torrential rains in Kampala, be sure that the toilets have been equally flooded. So water, emergency water, I'm sure you don't have them, it's not part of your plans. If I were a prime minister, I would have emergency water plans in my government. If I were prime minister, I would have emergency toilets in these situations. Please assure the country your submission on this matter is not satisfactory, I'm afraid. Secondly, on the matter in Sudan, I am ably represented by the submission of my honorable colleague, the Honorable Selmiju. Honorable Speaker, the RSP, as described, RSF, as we know them, was an ethnic militia created by General Bashir. Those who heard of the Janjaweed militia, this is the group. And they were recruited and they slaughtered the people of South Sudan in Darfur. This is the group that was slaughtering people in Darfur. It was a matter of time that one day they will turn on their own. As long as people who slaughtered our people in Kasesa still masquerading around, one day they will turn on their recruiters and deployers. And as a nation, we must be on the guard. And I hope this House took note of the submission of the elder, the Honorable Cecilia, on some people having rights as against others. That while an armed citizens are unable to go around the country to raise their voices, some people armed are all over the place. That you have a serving military officer all over the place claiming to be canvassing for presidency, and we have a law prohibiting the active UPDF officers from engaging in partisan politics. And then you see government ministers falling over each other over his promise. And then you have a prime minister unable to prevail over her ministers. So this is the country out of turn. So right on the Speaker, the prime minister needs to inform this country and parliament whether there's somebody in control. Otherwise, if we continue the way we are continuing, we shall be compelled to inform the population to stop cooperating with people in uniform because there is no one in charge. So you rise and do what you want to do. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, at this stage, you have been hearing the work of the AU. The AU is an incubator of despotism in Africa. Toothless, just a talking shop. They should have seen this coming. They are all over the place, incubating and keeping dictators and despots. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the Prime Minister to continue doing what you are doing. You have accounted for 208 plus 6. From your account of the registered, 76 are not accounted for. So please, now that there's no government in Sudan, make sure you are in touch and report appropriately. Lastly, there was a very clear red flag raised by students in the International Islamic University of Sudan. I hope in the International Islamic University of Africa in Khartoum, they were making a lot of noise on social media. I hope there's somebody in touch. These being students on scholarship, there is a traceable. We need to know their fate and probably a clear report about them in particular, because we have a generalized report on students. We're not so sure whether this is the group that the country is sure of their lives secured. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I hope all and sundry take heed about what's happening in the Sudan. It's on the horizon here, no doubt about that.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Want to?
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, through you, I want to assure Ugandans that the government of Uganda is in charge, and the Prime Minister before you. I want to tell you we are in charge. So, and I want to assure my brother Semuju that what happened in Sudan will not happen in Uganda in any way. It will not. I'm on record on this floor of Parliament. And therefore, honorable colleagues, I have taken the concern of all members of parliament. Government will continue to engage with you individually, especially to make sure that we bring all our brothers and sisters who are in South Sudan. Then lastly, I want to assure you the LOP about our brother Sudan, because you know he talked about, the LOP talked about what is happening in Kampala, the floods. So I wanted to tell him that I got a message that they are already in touch with the executive director of Kampala, and the minister of Kampala is here. I saw him around. I don't know whether he has some report, but the fact is those Ugandans who were affected will be helped. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 3, statement by Minister on the status of roads in Kampala, capital city.
Honorable Minister for Kampala.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and honorable members of Parliament, I came in for a statement from Parliament on the status of roads in Kampala. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, as you may recall, at the 27th sitting of the third meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament held on 2023, the presiding officer raised concern about the social media communications were flying on the terrible state of roads, potholes in the Kampala city, capital city, and requested that I make this a statement is prepared to the House on the amount of money that was received for the construction and maintenance of roads in the last 3 years, the roads that were constructed and maintained using these funds, and the current status of those roads. As a matter of background, right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Kampala capital city has a total road network of 2,110 kilometers of roads, of which 654 kilometers, making 31% are paved, and a balance 1,456 kilometers, making 69% are unpaved. They are either gravel or earth roads. Most of the city's paved roads were constructed over 35 years ago and have therefore outlived their design life. In addition, the city's roads are highly trafficked and overloaded with heavy trucks. Because Kampala is a residential area, a business area, and a commercial hub, which hosts various public and private offices and service centers with an ever-increasing population due to high urbanization rate. Honorable Speaker and members.
Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, all the information that he's giving is in the policy statement. What I thought his statement will contain is a solution to a problem. But to take us back to what you have already provided Parliament in the policy statement, the Kampala.
Honorable Minister, we've gotten a lot of information about this matter. Okay, let's go straight to the real point. Tackle potholes, not history.
Right, Honorable Samji was a media person, so being a journalist, he knows about the issues of preamble. Right Honorable Speaker, let me mention down there, as a matter of pressure, with the current preparations for the upcoming non-aligned movement summit and the third South Summit, G77 plus China, scheduled for January 2024, the required load improvement interventions will further set back the infrastructure improvement work plans and budget by approximately 27 billion. All this is aggravating on the road crisis in the city from the budget and the road conditions. That table can be reviewed by members and objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, to go back to the requirement of the statement as you stated and directed that time, in the last 3 years, the authority received the funds from GOU, and the status of funds is here in table 2. That is GOU and releases and also Uganda Road Fund. Since members are aware, let me go to another state down there. We are saying out of the funds received in the last 3 years, 28.27 kilometers in the last 3 years were worked on.
Honorable Minister, here we are not only accounting to members, you're also accounting to the public. The public would want to know how much has KCCA received. When we say the funds, the people want to know how much.
In the year 2020, Right Honorable Speaker, in the year 2020, the budget for road upgrading was 34.9 billion, and all 34.9 billion was received. Road fund was 27.4, and only 24.6 was received, making a total of 59.5 billion out of 62.3, which was budgeted for. In the year 2021-22, the budget for GOU capital development was 47.4, and all the 47.4 was received. Road fund was 24.9, and only 11.7 was received. Billion, making a total of 59.1 billion against a budgeted figure of 72.3 billion. In this current year, 2022-23, the budget is 48.2 billion. So far, 15.9 billion has been received as at 31st March 2023. And the road fund is 24.9 billion, and only 14.8 billion has been received, making a total of 30.7 billion against the planned 73.1 billion. And the Honorable Speaker, out of that money, the authority was able to construct and upgrade a total of 28.27 kilometers in the last 3 years, as indicated in Annex 1. And in Annex 1, Honorable Speaker, the roads which were made, be patient, I'm going to the pothole, the status of the roads.
Honorable colleagues, please allow the minister to do his work, please.
The roads were 1, Nabulagara Road, St. Peter Church, Kanyanya in Kawempe Division, Bajabe Road Link in Central Division, Mwanga 2 Road in Central Division, Mutungo Tanka Road in Nakawa, walkways on Mutungo Tanka Road still Nakawa, Ntinda 2 Nakawa, Naguru Valley Nakawa, Bukoto, Frobero Bukoto Road Nakawa, Isaga Road Nakawa, upgrading George Chimbowa Road Kawempe, construction of Naguru Cross Nakawa, Radio Station Road Machindie, Kasenya Road Machindie. Now this making 13.34 kilometers, which were completed. And In addition, another 14.9 kilometers are ongoing, construction is ongoing. These are Lubiri Ring Road around in Rubaga, Zadok, Rastorokoma Road in Kawempe, upgrading Kayanja Road in Rubaga, upgrading of Chizanyiro Road in Kawempe, reconstruction of Mulungo Cancer Institute Road and the Nyayemuka Road, Kawempe, upgrading St. John Kawempe, Church Road in Kanyanya, Kawempe, upgrading of Maringa Road Central, upgrading of Katuso Road in Machindie, reconstruction of Natasha Road, Nakawa, upgrading Misaga Road, Nakawa. So this now makes the total of 28 and using the other funds we talked about in the previous. Right, Honorable Speaker, with the funds got from Uganda Road Fund, KCCA has continually carried out routine and periodic maintenance on over 400 kilometers of city roads, paved and unpaved annually. The scope of maintenance works carried out includes pothole punching, manual and mechanized distillation of the city drainages, grading and regraving of gravel roads annually. Gravel road. On the drainages we are talking about, which was worked on and some are still being worked on by the funds under road fund, are drainage improvement on Nakasero.
No, Honorable, that list is too wrong. Let's just capture that. Let's go on pothole status on page 5.
The list composed of about 32 drainage systems which are being worked on. Honorable Speaker, further drainages are being constructed in Chiaye, Chinawataka, and in Soba. I think on the construction of this drainage, Honorable Speaker, allow me to tell you that Honorable Minister, Shadow Minister for Kampala has raised an issue of flooding, and indeed some work is being done in the same parish as talking about, that is Nakulabye, Chiaye drainage systems. Then, Honorable Speaker, in the same period, we received the funds from the donor development partners, that is under the World Bank, funded the Kidipu 2, where KCCA received an equivalent of 367.8 billion Ugandans for the reconstruction and upgrading of a number of roads within the city. Right, Honorable Speaker, a total of 51 kilometers of roads length equivalent to 66 kilometers of the 2-lane length has been constructed, and these are page 5 of 8. And these are Farewell Junction, Chira Road in Nakawa,
don't mind
Kibira,
on those details, okay?
Makerere, and Bakuri. I thank you for your guidance, Honorable Speaker. In addition, again, Kidipu 2, KCCA constructed 1.6 kilometers of Rubiji primary drainage channel and 3.2 kilometers on Nakamiro channel.
On a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you have not once, not twice guided the Minister for Kampala to address the problem that we are experiencing. But he continues behaving as if he's presenting a dissertation. All the information that he has been eroded with, he must finish. Continuing to refuse to heed to your guidance. Is the minister in order to avoid answering questions about the crisis in Kampala as guided by the speaker and continuing to bore this parliament by information already supplied in the policy statement? Is he in order?
Thank you. Now, Honorable, you know your name is even very strong. Chofa Torabie. Togabie? Oh, Chofa Togabie. So now you're giving Honorable Semuja an opportunity to call you out of order. But you are reaching on the portal status, I can see. So go straight on the pothole status.
Honorable, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The pothole status. Honorable Speaker and members, the operational strategy for managing the potholes, which has been actually going around, and indeed, we need to acknowledge that we have been having a challenge, and a number of potholes have been identified, which are attached to the list. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, to save time, I just tell you the square meters in each division of potholes and on different roads.
Honorable, can you read your statement? You have a statement you've given.
This is what I'm reading.
No, I'm following page 5.
So,
Just
Honorable
read your
Speaker, using KCCA in-house teams, immediately that pothole patching in all 5 divisions of Kampala, targeting to patch an estimated 13,500 square meter of paved road area. The proposed schedule of roads wherein this intervention has been proposed here with Annex 1, and the schedule of requirement for this exercise is also here with attached in Annex 2. So Annex 1 in Rubaga, in Nakawa, we have 2,580 square meter of potholes, ranging on roads, on 13 roads identified, including East Naguru, Bukoto Ntinda, Mutungo, Luthuli, Katari, Butabika, Matters, Bishop, Katazimiti, Moyo, Mukalazi Road, and Ismail Road.
So
in Rubaga division,
Honorable Minister, have you gone and measured each and every pothole?
That's why I'm giving the exact square meters.
So
in Rubaga division, Right Honorable Speaker and members,
can you give us the radius?
Normally, as long as it doesn't go beyond 1 square meter, we have 3,420 square meters of potholes on 11 roads, that is Chadondo, Chivabulaya, Kakanjagala, Lubaga, Kabutikiro, Wheels, Balintuma, Chitakule, Nsimbi, Bulange, Mugwanya, Wakaliga, Kawala, Masaka, Kalema, Hamukasa, Nsibambi. In Machindia division, Right Honorable Speaker, we have 3,041 square holes. And this was measured and assessed on 29 roads. I may not go through all the roads, but at least you know the figures, including Gaba Road and others. In Kawempe division, in Kawempe division, we have 2,830 square meters of potholes on 14 roads. That is Bombo Road, Gayaza Road, Mawanda Road, Tafnel Drive, Nabweru, Chebando, Alice Kagwa, Nkinzi 1 and 2, Dwaniro, Binayisa, Chisasi, and Namfumbambi. Right Honorable Speaker, in Central Division, we have a total of 1,629 square meters in the city center, starting with the square, Bombo Road, Colville Street, Chagwe, Nairo Avenue, Lumumba Avenue, Sezibwa, Makinon Road, Jinja, Dewington Road, Kampala Road, Chimathe Avenue, Parliament Avenue, Lugogo Bypass, Gaddafi, Mantini Road, Yusuf Lule Road, Nasa Road, Nkuruma Road, and Haji Musa Kasule Road.
Now, Honorable Pachuto.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Pachuto, you know, the minister has done a wonderful job of measuring each and every pothole in the city. Now, I want to give him an opportunity to present his measurement. So this is very critical research. If we deny him an opportunity, and Honorable Nsamba is guiding him where he, sometimes, and he goes back on track. So Honorable Minister, try to move quickly, we conclude.
Our number 2, using again our best performing contractors for road elements repairs, want to call out sectional repairs because some areas have gone beyond that. Even if you can't punch a pothole, you'll be like putting a punch on a again on another punch, which is no longer sustainable. So we are going to do section repairs in areas covering an estimated 33,750 square meters on 37 critical paved roads, which are severely depleted, and the proposed schedule of roads where this intervention has been proposed is herewith attached. And again, these roads appear in different divisions, and in Nakawa division, we have Chigobe Road, Chinawataka
that
Road,
list is so
Nakuru
long.
Drive. Thank you very much.
It's
It's a
a
big
big list.
and now in Central, for purposes of members to understand, Central, this is why we have areas like a Mountain Road, which is beyond pothole repair, but it needs sectional areas. Using funds so far received, Right Honorable Speaker, by a reasonable portion of our outstanding debt to the above two framework contractors to be engaged on the proposed sectional repairs, I've already said. At this note, Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform the House that we are in the process of received 6 billion towards pothole repair, but at the look at things, it may not be enough, but also work has started. And as I'm speaking now, Yusuf Lule Road has been punched. So we are moving gradually using the funds. Right Honorable Speaker, on the other issue of the drainage and then external funding, I'm happy to inform you that Parliament appropriated and approved funds from ADB, where we are going to improve 85 kilometers of roads in the city. And at the same, this amount out of the component, we shall use $258 million. I did compute this into Uganda shillings, but the roads have been lotted into 5 roads. Road 1 and road 2, its effective date of commencement is 5th December 2022, and these are Wamara Road in Rubaga, Luwafu Road in Machindye, Kabega Road in Machindye, Mutesa 1 Road in Rubaga, Old Mubende Road in Rubaga, Chigara Road in Rubaga, Kayemba Road in Machindye, Chivebulaya Junction in Rubaga, and Blange Junction in Rubaga. These are under Road 1 and measuring about, well, that one can be read by members. Then Road 2, during of Port Bell Road, 6.5 kilometers in Nakawa, and during of Spring Road, 3.4 kilometers in Nakawa. So those roads, the 2 roads, its effective date of commencement was 5th December. Then lot 3 and lot 5, effective date is 18th April 2023, and these are Sapolo Kagwa Road in Central and Kawempe, Muzito Road in Rubaga, Suna Road in Rubaga, Suna 2 Road again in beyond Kampala, connecting also to Wachiso, Kabalagara Road Junction in Machindi. A 5, whose commencement date started also on 18th April 2023, will take on roads like Mugema Road in Rubaga, Masiro Road in Rubaga, Sentema Road in Rubaga. This one also, Honorable Speaker, extends to Wachiso up to Bukasa to connect with the Outer Belt Road, which is being constructed by Ministry of Works. Sentema Road 2 is the one I'm talking about. In Zambia Road, Chiwunya Drainage Channel in Rubaga, and in Soba Drainage Channel. Right Honorable Speaker, Road 4 under this arrangement is under clearance of the Solicitor General, and this will take roads like Cheba and Ring Road, Chisas Road, Kasubi Northern Bypass now connecting to Namungona roundabout, Queen's Way roundabout, working on the lower roads, not the flyover, and then Salama Munyonyo Road. In addition of Road 2, we shall have Mpere Rechitezi Road. Also, this one connects to Wachiso. Again, this road is intended to go for the first phase up to Chiti, connecting on that outer road, that is Kasangati Matuga Road, which is again under construction by Ministry of Works. Intinda Chisasi, Old Chira Road, and Old Chira Road 2. Right, Honorable Speaker, that is regarding the ADB funds. Now, in addition, Right, Honorable Speaker and members, we've not sat down and we are planning. We've come up with a new program called the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Urban Development Program, which again is going to be supported by World Bank. And here KCCA is targeting to construct over 100 kilometers of the roads. But allow me not to involve a lot on this one because it's soon coming to Parliament for approval. As I'm speaking now, Cabinet has pronounced itself on it. And this will do a great work in improving on most of the roads, including the roads in the metropolitan area, like Chira, Nansana Municipality, and Mokono Municipality, and also part of the district, Entebbe, much in the Sabagabo. So here, the program is targeting to construct over 330 kilometers. Out of that, in addition, those are now in the metropolitan area, in addition to over 100 kilometers in Kampala. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think since the budget has been talked about, but the only thing we can note here, that when you look at the projected road network, in the next 4 years, if we go to the budget we want, we would have reduced this figure tremendously by 50%. The figure one, the new effort is going to reduce on the 1,456 kilometers by 185 kilometers. That is between the Greater Kampala Metropolitan and ADP. Then, if resources can be obtained, we can now halve the balance of 1,296 unpaved roads by 50% if we got 5.2 trillion in the next 10 years. We can stagger it in the next 10 years, including working on the drainage master plan, which is costed to cost 610 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, I need members to appreciate the fact that as you're making roads in Kampala and you don't work on drainages, you would have washed and spread in the mud. The two are mutually exclusive. And the two, the rest of being the city, again, it moves with street lighting and beautification. So as a matter of way forward, Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, and members, one, I would need to note that the current funding levels of Kampala capital city are unsustainable and disconnected to the service delivery expectations. Without losing focus of the problem, like potholes, as you members, you also witnessed in recently. Unless the funding situation at KCCA changes, calls for better roads and associated drainage system will remain a pipe dream. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, it is evident that to impactfully improve the city roads and drainage infrastructure, Kampala City needs a Marshall Plan to revamp the roads and drainage infrastructure. This plan shall require an estimated funding annually of Uganda shillings 800 billion over the next 10 years, which I talked about in our drainage master plan and the Kampala development plan. This should be supplemented with an estimated average of 40 billion Uganda shillings annually from Uganda Road Fund to meet the city's roads and drainage maintenance needs. I thank you, members. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Honorable colleagues, as you remember, we said the Committee for Physical Infrastructure should also go to the field, make an on-spot assessment of the situation. If possible, also verify the measurements. But, and it seems they did the job. So I request the chairperson of the committee to use a few minutes to make a presentation on this. And then we can open up for debate. We wanted to get from the minister, but also our own team of members here, see the situation on the ground and proposals. Now, we sent the Committee on Physical Infrastructure because we are now in program-based budgeting. So the budget for roads is now under the physical infrastructure sector. Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for allowing us to present this report and allowing us to go to the field. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report from the Committee of Physical Infrastructure arising out of our on-site field assessment. I beg to lay. Right, Honorable Speaker, that report has been uploaded, and indeed the committee moved to the field. I just wanted to be brief and go to the recommendations. Yes, we made observations, but most of these observations are in the minister's report. We wanted to go direct to the recommendations. If, Right Honorable Speaker, you can allow. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed the committee went and carried out sampling of the roads, and we realized that KCCA has completed some roads and some works were ongoing. And we assessed the dire state of our city roads. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give the recommendations, which are on page 8. The committee, the one is Means of Finance should commit more funding towards development and improvement of KCCA roads so that the interventions are commensurate to the network coverage. Further, government should endeavor to release funds to KCCA on time to enable it effectively carry out its mandates and also pay off its outstanding debt arrears to contractors in order to avoid interest on the accrued debts and court cases. Right, Honorable Speaker, the second recommendation is that the lead time in the procurement process, including the Solicitor General approval to road construction projects, should always be expedited. Furthermore, once a contract has been signed, Means of Finance should always commit to avail funds earmarked for those projects. Honorable Speaker, the committee made a third recommendation that KCCA and NEMA should have plans of sustainable waste management, which should involve sensitization of the populace, because we realized there is serious blockage of the drainage structures due to waste. Right, Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 4 is KCCA should ensure that roads that have been identified for improvement or related interventions should have a forward maintenance provision in the contract, because we realize there are potholes on many roads which are being undertaken, and if we had a forward maintenance intervention, these potholes would not be there. Right, Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 5 is that KCCA should ensure that contractors
provide comprehensive traffic management plans for all its projects, and these plans should be enforced, and any contractors found contravening the same should be held liable and penalized and failure to observe the requirements of the traffic management plans during the ongoing works. Right, Honorable Speaker, we realized sometimes there are a lot of traffic jams and there are no proper traffic management plans, and this recommendation is aimed at addressing that. Right, Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 6, due to the new program-based budgeting, KCCA and the lead program agency, Ministry of Works and Transport, should always be holding program working groups with the supervision of Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to harmonize the sharing of resources. And this one has been given out for the reason that we realized KCCA was grappling with the meager share of out of the program. Recommendation number 7, KCCA should constitute a roads committee like it is in the local governments for close supervision. Right, Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 8, Uganda Road Fund should increase on the percentage to KCCA from its Uganda shillings 467 billion, since the local governments and urban authorities are said to benefit from the 1 billion allocated to them. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 9 is that KCCA needs, indeed, as the minister said, a master plan to revamp the roads and the drainage infrastructure network, since most of the roads are in a sorry state. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. So, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, this is a matter which is really, really touching on all of us. And it's a really, really big point of concern. And that's why we had to take it up to this level. But it's a matter beyond KCC. It's also a matter that covers Kampala Metropolitan, especially Wakiso area and Mukono. And because when you're being welcome, and most of us, by the way, don't stay in Kampala city. Most of us stay outside. And the image we really give is not a good one. But I'm happy this has been taken up. This has been taken up. And for those who are interpreting it negatively, in the end, Honorable Minister, this will benefit you because it has brought out issues which we are just taking for granted. So, you know, we should take opportunity of this and ensure that indeed we move seriously on the issue. I'll first get had assigned Honorable Nathan Byanyuma. Then I pick Honorable Tunga, I pick Honorable Judith Sadiek, and Honorable Joyce Achan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes each, colleagues, so that we have more time. Then I'm coming here.
I happen to have headed the team to Kampala City yesterday. We were almost being lynched. Members, Honorable Speaker, it is so embarrassing. Where we are sitting on a time bomb because of lack of road maintenance. The moment you don't maintain a road, hardly 2 years, you are going in for full reconstruction.
Procedure?
A lot of money, which we don't have.
Honorable Nathan, procedure.
The Honorable Nathan Byanyuma are the ones who have done this report. Now he's debating his own report, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I said I'm the one who allowed him. And it's because I read the report. The report is not giving us a true picture. The report of the committee is not giving us the true picture. And when I interacted with readers, you know, what they told me is basically different from what is in the report. So that's why I assigned him to give him exactly, to give us exactly what they saw on the ground, which maybe the committee leaders failed or feared to put in the report. So Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you. I am with, because I read the team. People insulted us because they thought we had come to just laugh at them. They scored us thieves who earn a lot of money and don't care about the roads. The roads are in a dire state, bad state. We went all over Kampala, all the regions we visited. I can tell you, we need to go back on the drawing board currently. It doesn't require Kampala City Council alone. No. Minister of Works, Minister of Finance, and the Sector Committee of Presidency to sit down and we go back to see how we can improve our city. It is embarrassing to find that there is a big pothole, a wreck on 7th Street. There are no roads in Kampala, I can tell you, because of one simple thing, because we punished road fund, refused to give them money for road maintenance, because when you give money to Uganda Road Fund, the biggest share, 60%, goes to UNRWA, 25% goes to KCCA, the rest goes to the district. If we don't make Kampala our mirror, where else do we want to go? I can tell you, Right Honorable Speaker, some of us move around out of Kampala, but if it wasn't for Honorable Nsereko come in and cool the situation, even the minibuses would have been banned. It is as bad as that in Kampala. Get out of Kampala and see for yourselves. We are moving in good cars, but one of these days, take a walk and go to down the old taxi park and see. It's no longer Kampala we used to see. This is really, I think potholes have come from the villages and come to Kampala. So I appeal to,
just conclude, Honorable.
I appeal to Honorable Speaker and members. Since we haven't finished the budgeting process, let's go back on the drawing board to ensure that a certain big portion is directed to Kampala City so that we can maintain these roads to a motorable situation, including Mukono and Wakiso. I rest my case and I thank you.
Thank you. I had already picked you, Honorable colleagues. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues. As we are putting down our heads together to look for the solution, I just want to inquire from the Minister whether Kampala Capital City Authority has a master plan and whether these fire brigade decisions you are taking of pothole fillings are in part of that master plan. Because in Kiswahili, they call it kujenga na kubomoa, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Speaker. We are now punching here, the plan says something different. So I want to request the Minister that if Kampala Capital City Authority has a master plan, give a copy to Parliament so that the public can know that either we're working according to the plan or what we are doing is against the plan. That's my request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Achan and then Honorable Judith Adiek. I had already picked you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've stayed in Kampala for quite a long time now. And Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of the road in Kampala emanates from the contractors, the blacklisted contractors. I don't know what miracle they do in order to get those contracts. You find that they have been blacklisted, but the same blacklisted company get contract again to construct the roads. Right Honorable Speaker, the potholes. I have heard the minister telling us about budgeting for rehabilitating the potholes. Right Honorable Speaker, to me, I would think that instead of going about doing the patches, it's better to construct few kilometers other than doing the patches, because it's a waste of resources. Right Honorable Speaker, another thing is lack of desilting the drainages. The drainages are blocked and the water leaves their waterways and cross over the roads, thus damaging the roads. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Adiek.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Kampala City Authority should be exemplary to the upcoming cities. Right Honorable, I'm raising the issue of waste management in Kampala City and other cities. Right Honorable, looking at Kampala, much as we are talking about the major road network that the minister has made a report on and needs improvement. Right Honorable, I want to re-echo the issue of waste management that has appeared in that report. First of all, Right Honorable, I'm wondering how the sewage has been connected to the roads that we want to improve, because these ones are mutually inclusive. Sewerage corporation is very poor. I can see most people in Kampala are still using septic tanks. Others are still using pit latrines. This kind of facility is supposed to be used within Kampala City and other cities. Sincerely, this shows a very poor planning. That's why the previous speaker was talking about the master plan. So do you have this in plan? Is it appearing so much on the report that you have presented, Honorable Minister? Because I'm seeing you improving on the road network, but our sewerage system is very poor. How do we discharge the waste from the houses into the sewage system? How is...
Thank you, Honorable Nsereko, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people of Kampala for having found it wise to put this matter on the order paper, and even for the people that come to work in Kampala. The new terminology being referred to our capital city is that if you want to tour and find potholes in the world, go to Kampala. You've seen it all over social media now in the world. It's very embarrassing. So I'm glad that this August House has sat here in the presence of Honorable Musasizi, who were here during the other budgetary session. And I want him to bear this House witness. I stood up and I showed you the figures of the money you had allocated to this capital city. And I told everyone that, one, you work in this capital, or most of us live here. The seat of the legislature is here, and that means all of us must come here to occupy our offices, even if we reside outside. The president operates in Nakasero, plot number 1 there. And all his guests are nearly hosted there or at State House in Entebbe. But look at what picture this capital city and the state in which it is. No lights, poor drainage, and poor roads. I remember putting you to task when you are bringing the supplementary on State House. And I told you, State House is occupied by less than 100 people, but it's enjoying nearly 1 trillion shillings. The capital city and the roads and the infrastructure is being enjoyed or is being used by more than 7 million people on a daily basis. And what you had as a release in the first quarter as capital development was less than 12 billion shillings. How do you explain that to the people of this country, that you're here asking for a supplement?
I'll give you a special consideration as the MP for the area.
Thank you.
Central.
And when we talk about equity, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, where is the equity? How do we explain to the taxpayers who only relate with us, the leaders? Because these people never meet the president. The most immediate person who has the mandate to legislate over the budgetary principles of money allocation as to whether they pay taxes or as to whether money is expended on them is their member of parliament. And whenever you meet people, you feel shy, you feel embarrassed. Whenever you drive through the cities, because we stay in these constituencies, and people pass you and do this, honorable. What exactly are we witnessing? The good thing is that we warned. You didn't pay heed to our calls. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, in the budget allocations that we are planning, there is zero for drainage. Big shame. Why are these roads being washed away? It's because of the heavy run of water. For as long as you don't allocate money for drainage, even if you make as many roads, they will be washed away. Because Uganda is at the equator, it receives tremendous amounts of rains in millimeters every year. And that is why the roads are being washed away. We have heavy traffic and heavy rains, and we are in the hills and the valleys. At the end of the day, it is simple logic. If you do not cover the drainage, and given the huge amounts of traffic, the roads will be washed away. Finally, the Honorable Minister was talking about the old roads. It's a fact, but we are the only capital city that does not have a functional railway, and without plans for even a light rail. So the mass transit of people.
Conclude.
We all said that most of the people move from Wakiso. How do they come to the city? So there is a huge pressure on the roads, either for goods and the people. Look at the tonnage of the trailers that enter the city. Over 25 tons that enter and offload within the city, meaning the pressure on these old roads is too much. And at the end of the day, that is why someone was talking about huge potholes that are like craters or graves in Industralia. Why? Because the tonnage of trucks that come to offload from within Industralia cannot be sustained anymore. Right, honorable members, I appeal to you to increase funding for this capital city so that it reflects who you are, what you are, where you want to go. The capital city is the mirror. It is the sitting room of this country. But what it looks like is exactly what's its leadership on top, because we all agreed that the capital city is in the hands of government, and government appoints the directors, it implements policies, it plans for everything.
Thank you, Honorable Nsereko, Honorable Linus, then Honorable Guire, then Honorable Kawadia Baker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to commend KCCA for commencing on works on...
Honorable Nsereko, I need order in the House. Honorable Nsereko.
I would like to commend KCCA for commencing on works on Old Port Bell Road and Springs Road, and that's in Nakawa Division where I reside. However, in the minister's statement, he did not indicate when they will desilt natural drainage system channel, right from Boise to through industrial area up to prisons. Because if you move or drive along Boise areas, you find that the drainage channel is completely full with a lot of rubbish and bottles and all that kind of thing. So I don't know why the minister did not include that in his statement, but it is very well, it would be very much better if he informed Ugandans that we are also going to work on the drainage channels because it's very important. Then finally, for us to have a better road network in the city, I think the Lord Mayor also must have a good relationship with government. He has sat and told the world that he will never engage the president over issues. And yet, if you want to run a better city, you must engage the principal, the head of states. You must engage technical people such that you get enough funds to run government and city in the city. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, everyone will be allowed to express their opinions here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need to be protected.
Please,
because
Honorable, go on.
my minutes are going. Right Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the statistics of Kampala Metropolitan vis-a-vis how they pay taxes. When you compare it to other areas, it is the most paying town in the whole of Uganda city. I want to ask the Minister for Finance to account for this, because now people who are paying more revenue are the most punished as far as service delivery is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of insecurity to us as members of parliament who are living in this city. When you get stuck on any road, you cannot even reveal your identity that I'm a member of parliament, because people want to stone us. So I really want to appeal to Parliament and Finance that this budget that we are about to pass, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to review most of the things and focus on Kampala City and the neighboring towns. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your description, how you described these potholes. And really, I want to appeal to the Minister for Finance to value that description so that we get the best from the description. I want to thank you.
Thank
you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is quite embarrassing. It is unfortunate that the Minister of Kampala has presented a report where they even went on the ground and they started measuring potholes in this 21st century. As the Shadow Minister for Kampala, recently we approved the alternative budget. And our advice was as follows. If we want to see better roads in Kampala, if we want to see good drainage systems in the city, if we want to see better lighting, let's increase the budget of Kampala to at least 2 trillion. When I was still serving at City Hall, we passed a resolution where we advised government to appropriate at least 3% of the national budget. As we are speaking right now, Parliament is about to pass a budget of 51 trillion, where Kampala is being planned to be allocated only 420 billion, where the wages are inclusive. When you look at the road network, because I happen to sit on the Presidential Committee, government, through means of finance, is planning to give Kampala only 10 billion. 10 billion. When you go on the slot of drainages, there is zero. Where are we going? The Minister of Finance is here. The good thing he stays in Kampala. He operates in Kampala because even the Minister of Finance is on Upper Kagoro, just adjacent to KCCA. Kampala is the capital. Kampala is the capital of this country.
No, you first ask for permission.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Conclude.
The people of Kampala pay property tax. The Property Rating Act is very clear. The amount of money collected as property tax is supposed to work on the following issues. 1, construction of the roads. 2, the drainage system. And 3, the lighting of the city. When we look at the GDP of this country, Kampala contributes over 65%. But when you look at the road network, a lot needs to be discussed. So my humble appeal to the Ministry of the Minister of Finance and the Ministry, you need to do a lot.
Thank you.
There's no how you're going to tell that this government has served the people of Uganda when the capital of the country still looks the way it is at the moment. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Narima and Martin Mazari. And then Engineer Rook.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I welcome the idea and the fact that several times Kampala issues spill to the neighborhood, and it's none other than Wakiso, the first culprit. And when you talk about contributions to the GDP of this country, definitely after Kampala, it is Wakiso. And in one or the other, each one of us will need a district like Wakiso to access Kampala. The traffic affects us in one or the other, the way it affects Kampalans. So I urge once again, colleagues, as you've heard that there is some bit of Kampala metropolitan extension, and I'm glad that over 90% of this parliament stays and resides in Wakiso, implying that the Wakisons, the time they spend in jam every day somehow affects each person here. I'm also requesting to clarify, the minister when he's getting back, to clarify more what has happened to the Lubiji drainage, that road which is supposed to be here. Because last time when I was monitoring, again, it is failing, and let's know the contractors at Nakauka Road, what's happening to Busabala, what's happening to the Chites, because we can continuously talk about them, but can we see money allocated to it? Recall, wherever jam is a lot, wherever we are having heavy traffics, they will affect us together, and at the end of it all, we are going to have the city more affected, but even the neighborhood. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, wherever it rains like this, some of us who have been here for years and years, we know that there is some sewage line that is going to fail, and it's going to embarrass more the city. I request for this time, what?
No, thank you. I just gave the minister for KCCA shadow. So one of Martin Mzari. Now on that issue of sewage, between me and you, there is an important foreign guest who are having a golf game at a Kampala Golf Club. And the stench that came out of, you know, there is, I think there is a channel coming from Murago and all that. But beyond that, there are things which came from that channel that I can't say here. And someone said, no, please, let's go. And the game stopped there. The game stopped. And this is someone whom I know, if he went somewhere and he said it publicly, the image of the country, the way it would be affected. The image of the country. So when you look at all the discharges from Rago, from people's homes and all that, they all pass through the city, they pass everywhere. So beyond that, we are going to get sick. Even us who think we are safe here, safe in our houses, we are going to get sick on those roads because of whatever, you know, is coming. It's really bad. So before, I want us to move quickly so that we have other very critical statements, colleagues, today. I want us to move quickly. We propose a way forward, and by the time of budgeting, we must work with the Minister of Finance and we take serious action on the issues of Kampala. Honorable Mzari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, recently the President directed that KCCA should receive 6 billion. You've not made any statement in relation to that, whether the 6 billion can be of help according to the problem that you have. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenge that is with the KCCA, one, the cost of a kilometer is very expensive. I think, Honorable Minister, you need to work on that. Recently, we've seen where a kilometer is rated at 11 billion. And that is way too much. Right Honorable Speaker, the other concern is also delays in implementation of those projects or execution of those projects. You find that the projects that were awarded in 2020 and up to date, those projects are still running. it becomes very difficult, even for us who are doing oversight, to know whether they are still using the other money that was budgeted in 2020, or they are using now another money in 2023. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other challenge is with our Minister of Finance. Budget suppression and cuts is becoming a very serious problem. Today, we come here, we do our appropriation. We say the minister will have 60 billion. The Minister of Finance releases about 10 or 20, according to their priority. It confuses the entities because they're not sure of.
Honorable Rook, Engineer Rook.
Thank you, Right
And then Honorable Kayondo. And then Dr. Rulme.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Without KCCA having a good maintenance culture for what they have done, we shall continue having potholes for a long time, because I've observed that the new roads they have done, they are now full of silt. They flood every time they rain, every time it rains. That means they will continue fading, because that's one of the ways of fading, the beginning of fading out the roads. Then secondly, Honorable Minister talked about potholes in Kampala. He gave us the square meters, which is a very embarrassing, instead of giving us the square meters of the roads which are well done. I believe with this kind of gesture, these are roads which were done 35 years ago, which required construction. The taxpayers' money which should be used to repair these potholes will be going to a waste. I believe something should be done instead of continuing repairing the same roads instead of reconstruction. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kayondo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the quality of a road is directly proportional to its drainage system. If they bring a budget without a drainage system budgeted for, then there is no road. There is no road at all, because a road is directly proportional to the budget. Honorable Speaker, what goes around comes back around. By the third quarter, KCCA had received 30% of its capital development budget by the third quarter. And this is the money that is used to procure asphalt, that is used for patching. It is the money that is used to repair the drainage systems. But by the third quarter, I had received 30%. So we don't expect miracles to be performed. So I think instead of pointing at KCCA, we should directly point our fingers to the ministers, because the parliament sits here, approves the budget, and the budget is not put into practice. Then at the end of the day, we sing songs, we create names, pothole cities, and what have you. Honorable Speaker, we are talking of the city of the road network that was designed 35 years ago. The thickness of the road depends on the traffic flow. 35 years ago, the traffic now has tripled. It is now 4 times. So that means even if you reinstate or patch a portion, then another portion will develop, because the thickness cannot hold the traffic that is existing now. Therefore, unless we overhaul the road network of the city, we shall continue patching and another patch develops. We shall continue patching and another patch develops, because the thickness of the...
Honorable Baiga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Well, my honorable colleague was speaking. I saw the people responsible for IT. They labeled him NUP, but he's DP, I suppose. So they need to correct that.
I know you're good at claiming your members and reminding everyone.
They need to correct that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the minister. The minister made a report, and he was quite exact in the measurements. And I had expected that Parliament, the Committee of Parliament, would have counter-checked those measurements so that we know how much the cost of this job is going to be. However, the minister would have been candid enough to say that as an emergency action, this parliament should be moved to identify funding to ensure that all these roads are fixed within the shortest time possible. And I believe it is possible, especially that the president got involved and proposed 6 billion advance to see what it can do. But the minister should have advised the president, based on expert information from the technical people, that this is not enough. And I believe money can be identified so that we work together to fix this problem now. The problem of patching around, I don't think it is going to work, especially, Right Honorable Speaker, that we are going even to have a conference soon. So we don't want to get embarrassed. Why the minister had to bring all those details of how many.
Rob.
Right, Honorable, let me finish this.
No, Honorable. Rob.
What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Please, I gave the minister for Kampala, shadow minister, more time because he's a shadow minister. So that was their statement. Seroko is the MP for the area. I make different considerations when I'm giving time. Yeah. So for us residents, let us.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, the presentation by the Honorable Minister for Kampala is well received. In some of the description of the situations was rather hilarious, and it could actually fit for a script at National Theatre and describing the configuration of Kampala roads. It's unique. I read quite a lot, and for a report to have the size of potholes and how they're measured, it's a new one, and I appreciate the minister. That's for that direction. Right Honourable Minister, sorry, Right Honourable Speaker, it is the money. And for me, I don't even want to waste Parliament's time. We have a report of the Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure, and I'm very sure the Committee of Budget is working on a series of propositions. We know for a fact that the budget has negatory expenditure lines. This House should instruct the Committee on Budget to go and pick that money and give Kampala money. This is the face of our civilization. In fact, most of you members of Parliament travel. One of the questions I ask myself is that when our leaders travel, what do they see? Are they just, when you travel to foreign capitals, what occupies you? You know? What do you use your time for? So you come back to Kampala and then do what? So you sit in the cabinet every Monday and then say what? So you make a budget for the country every year for 37 years and do what? And give us this kind of city? Please forgive us. But I don't know, Speaker. Well, I owe it to a member of the Speaker for a minute on my
Honorable colleagues, we are done with this. I'll refer the minister's statement to the Committee on Budget for action as recommended by Rope and all of us. You see, I have many statements.
No, Regional Speaker, let me conclude in a second. Because as a LOP, I thought I owed colleagues a space.
No, I don't have time, Rope.
Regional Speaker, I'm concluding that these committees are our committees. We have described this shameful situation. It needs no more time. Please, you will leave soon as a government. Don't leave us with this city. At least leave with a better city as you pack up. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I'm referring these statements to the Committee on Budget for consideration. They'll be coming back here. Next statement.
Item number 3.2, statement by Minister on the portfolio of minerals in the
Order,
country.
colleagues. Order, colleagues. Honorable Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. This is a statement to this August House by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development on taxes on gold. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, sorry, just I wanted the clerk for Hansard and record purposes to be well captured. On the Hansard is captured as the portfolio of minerals in the country. So we need to capture it in the right way, which is statement parliament by the Minister of Energy and the Minister and Mineral Development on taxes on gold. That's what we want. The other one will come later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, under Rule 42 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, at the 28th sitting of the third meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament of Uganda, which was held on Wednesday, 19th April 2023, members raised concerns about uncollected gold tax areas amounting to Uganda shilling 600 billions, following the report of a committee on finance, planning, and economic development on the ministerial policy statement for that ministry, Ministry of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, the presiding officer, who was yourself, sir, guided that the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development presents a statement to the House clarifying on the following. One, the circumstances under which the statutory instrument to write off gold tax areas was made. And I beg to clarify as follows. One, I wish to clarify that the statutory instrument made by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development was to collect areas of outstanding export levy on exported gold and not to write off gold tax areas. And reference is made to the mining and minerals export levy on refined gold regulations 2023, statutory instrument number 22 of 2023, which I signed. Two, in 2020.
Switch on, Honorable Minister.
Sorry. In 2021, the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development submitted to the 10th Parliament the Mining Amendment Bill 2021, which proposed an export levy of $200 per kilogram on processed gold and 1% of the value of unprocessed minerals. However, the Parliamentary Committee on Finance, Planning, and Economic Development of the 10th Parliament increased the rate to 5% of the value of processed gold and 10% of the value of unprocessed minerals. The justification was that processed gold is a valuable export that should be mainstreamed as a major source of government revenue. The bill was accordingly passed into law with the increased rates, and that was the Mining Amendment Act number 8 of 2021. The implementation of the Mining Amendment Act of 2021 faced resistance from the industry, specifically gold refiners and exporters, who contended that the rates were untenable, and Uganda Revenue Authority and Uganda Free Zones Authority also expressed concerns that the rates were too high and would be counterproductive by shifting processing and refining of gold to neighboring countries that do not impose a levy.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Commissioner General, Uganda Revenue Authority, was advised by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to enter into an arrangement with exporters to export gold pending payment of the levy. And accordingly, URA entered into indemnity and guarantee agreements with gold exporters, where the exporters committed to pay an export levy and deposited post-dated checks for the same. On its part, URA provisionally cleared the exporters' consignments. And the purpose of this arrangement was to facilitate trade by temporarily relieving the exporters from export levy for a specific period of time until a tenable rate was imposed by law. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at the time, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 was in advanced stages of being enacted. The Honorable Attorney General advised that it is good practice for levies to be prescribed by statutory instruments instead of an act of parliament. And due to the nature of mining industry, international commodity prices are dynamic. And in addition to inflation, which may require regular review of levies for the country to remain competitive within the region and internationally. Right Honorable Speaker, the Mining and Minerals Act of 2022, Act number 25 of 2022, was passed by this Parliament and commenced on 28th October 2022. At this juncture, I would like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the August House for having enabled us to process this bill within one sitting. As at 24th December 2022, the total outstanding export levy charged at a rate of 5% was 538,602,249,529 Ugandan shillings. The Uganda Revenue Authority sought to collect the outstanding export levy from gold exporters pursuant to the indemnity agreements. Right Honorable Speaker, the other point where I had to clarify is which companies are complying with payment of gold tax and which ones are not complying. Based on information provided by Uganda Revenue Authority, 2 companies are willing to pay the tax. The other companies have raised the concerns and this is being evaluated. I think there are about eight companies, and I think 2 out of 8 are the ones that are complying. The third point was whether the statutory instrument was brought to Parliament for ratification. Right Honorable Speaker, Section 287 of the Mining and Minerals Act of 2022 provides that the minister may make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to the provisions of the Act, including under subsection 2S, with respect to fees, levies, and charges payable to export of minerals. The law does not require the minister to present these regulations to Parliament for ratification. For clarity and distinction, Section 288 provides that the minister may amend Schedule 3 on thresholds for mining licenses. A statutory instrument to amend this schedule is what is required to be laid before Parliament for approval. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the presiding officer also guided that the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development presents a detailed statement on the mapping of minerals in Uganda, and this particular statement, sir, will be provided at a later date. I've already instructed the Directorate of Geological Survey and Mapping to organize this information so that I can bring it to Parliament. I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, but I don't know why you jumped page 3. You came from 2 to 4. Page 3 had very critical information, which if you don't mind, you can also read.
I beg your pardon, Right Honorable. Beginning from page 3.
The editor of the
yes,
Hansard will ensure they capture it,
paragraph
since it's
1.8.
been read verbatim.
I'm sorry. In paragraph 1.8 on page 3, I am quoting the directive. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in March and April 2022, Cabinet considered the matter of export of minerals. It was agreed that the country should encourage the growth of the gold industry in Uganda so that the country can earn more foreign exchange from the minerals and harness indirect benefits associated with gold refining activities. And accordingly, His Excellency, the President, directed the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development not to levy a tax on the processing and export of gold to enable the country maximize benefits from gold processing activities. This is the current position of government. Cognizant of the current direction of government, it was recognized that there were already outstanding unpaid arrears from 1st July of 2021 owed by gold refiners and exporters, which they had already committed to pay under the indemnity agreements. Therefore, a statutory instrument was necessary to collect the arrears accumulated during the period between 1st of July 2021. This led by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The relevant stakeholders were consulted, including my ministry and the Attorney General's chambers, Uganda Revenue Authority, and gold refiners and exporters, whose input informed the rate of export levy. In exercise of the powers conferred upon the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development by Section 287, subsection 2S of the Mining and Minerals Act of 2022, the Minister duly made the Mining and Minerals Export Levy on Refined Gold Regulations 2023. And the purpose of the statutory instrument number 22 of 2023 was to collect the outstanding arrears. It is not, it has a specific duration from 1st July 2021 to 30th June 2023, as shall lapse thereafter. So this statutory instrument is retrospectively being applied. And the above are the circumstances under which the statutory instrument was made to collect the levy on processed gold. And URA duly issued demand payments notices to collect the levy. However, some gold refiners made a complaint against the same and filed a suit in court where an interim order has been issued. And in order to provide clarity and further engagement, the entire industry to enable seamless implementation, the minister, who is myself, wrote to Uganda Revenue Authority to request that implementation of this statutory instrument be halted until further guidance was provided. The rest, your Right Honorable Speaker, I submitted.
Thank you. Our
Thank you
editors
very
of the Hansard should rearrange this statement so that it can flow. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just for me, only one question. Then I'll first call Honorable Chivumbi because he raised this issue. Honorable Minister, so you mean Cabinet can sit and agree don't implement this law and it stops there? Or I thought if you disagree, you bring an amendment to Parliament. Because what precedent are we setting? I really have a fear. I ask myself, what am I doing here? And why do we waste our time making laws? If cabinet can sit, pass a resolution that you don't implement, you just go, you sleep over it, you issue your own statutory instruments, and it stops there. If you're dissatisfied, why not bring an amendment on the floor of Parliament like you did the last time? I just need to know that before really I move on in relation to paragraph 1.8, because if it goes on our record here, what message are we sending? Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Like I explained, sir, at that time when Cabinet made the decision, we were preparing to bring a comprehensive bill, which we did, and it was supported and passed by this House. And I was guided by the Attorney General. So bringing an amendment at that time, we thought that it was going to be not proper, because you're bringing an amendment to an act which you are going to repeal. So that's why we didn't come.
So your statement would have been better, okay?
Yes.
Captured that as you're bringing amendments, but not to just say cabinet sat and agreed that we shouldn't implement. But anyway, let me first allow Honorable Chivumbi, who raised the matter initially. And Honorable Mari is not here. They are the first people who raised it.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, what is at stake is even bigger than the Mabat of Karamoja. At stake is 616 billion worth of taxes effectively the minister waived by this two-star instrument. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take the minister on page 1.1. The minister says on 1.1 that the special instrument was intended to collect areas outstanding on gold export and not to write off the tax. That is your statement 1.1. Now I take you to 1.7. In 1.7 you say this: as at 24th of December 2022, the total outstanding export levy charged at a rate of 5% was 538 billion. So that's the outstanding area. Now, on 24th, on April of 2003, you issue an instrument that effectively wrote off that area. In 1.1, you are saying you are intended to collect tax. Then you issue an instrument that effectively writes off the tax. So this statement is grossly misleading from 1.1. Then you come to say, Right Honorable Speaker, that you are under the directive of the president. Directives of the president are always in written form. I would have expected you to attach a copy of that directive. Because at every time when we are losing money, ministers are found of saying they are under the directive of the president. So we want this honorable minister to lay on the table the directive of the president that effectively instructed her to write off that money. Right honorable members, let's look at this. The minister comes to this parliament and alludes to the fact that this instrument will elapse on 30th of June. Effectively, the only intention was write off the 616 billion, thereafter it elapses. So this honorable minister, honorable colleagues, need to be investigated. In my humble view, this is connivance to deny Uganda revenue. And we are talking about 616 billion. And we need to investigate. And she says, you see, even the taxpayers had committed to pay. They even wrote post-dated checks. We also need the agreement that was signed, the indemnitable agreement between URA and the Ministry of Finance and Energy. We need that agreement. So this statement here cannot be exclusively dealt with by this parliament without a thorough investigation of this minister. Whether this minister actually did not connive with these gold exporters, I wouldn't say for a kickback, but in another world, I would insinuate so. You are not innocent, honorable minister, on this. You can put me on order, but you are not on order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the honorable member holding the floor is proposing to do an investigation against me, but is already concluding that I'm not innocent. Is he therefore in order to make conclusions before you do the investigations? I don't, you're right, honorable speaker, it is okay to do the investigations, but as to whether he's right to judge me before even you institute an investigation indicates that he's already having his determined judgment. So is he in order, really?
Thank you. Honorable Rose, by the fact that he has considered you guilty on his part, because you see, it has to be a resolution of the House, not a resolution of an individual. So by that fact, I will not involve him in the investigation. He's already biased. You will be a witness.
Yes, right, honorable speaker. I would not have in any way
conclude on what you
requested an investigation if I don't believe there is a prima facie case. Already there is a prima facie case on this, and I've given facts to attest to my suspicion. That's why I urge this parliament to institute a committee to investigate this minister, how this country lost 616 billion cutters of our instrument. And the instrument, the law is clear. The law says may. It's never instructed you under shall. This is what the law says. You may issue an instrument. The law did not tell you you shall issue an instrument. So you chose on your own volition to issue this instrument personally. I beg to rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Jonathan. Then I come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I would like
2 minutes each, colleagues. Honorable Chuvumbi, it's because he was the one who raised the issue.
Mr. Speaker, in case I go over, me 1 more minute. But Mr. Speaker, I want to address the preliminaries of this statutory instrument. The minister cites section 287, rightfully, subsection 2S, which gives her powers to make statutory instrument. In that section, the powers given to the minister is to make regulations on levies, on fees, and charges. Arrears, tax arrears are not provided under that. So if you made an instrument on tax arrears, then that instrument is defective from the onset, and you exercise powers that you did not have. So we cannot accept it as parliament. The second point I want to make is that when you make an instrument with retrospective application of the law, the powers that we gave you is in the law which was enacted on 28th October 2022. So you can only exercise that power from 28th October going forward. Once you extend backwards to the 1st of July 2021, then it means you are actually exercising powers that you did not have. Because at that time, there was an active law called the Minerals Act of 2021 at that time.
So there was a law to address that matter. So you cannot come back and say you are now amending that law by providing for a statutory instrument. The third point I want to address, Mr. Speaker, is the requirement for the statutory instruments to come to this house. The minister is under mistaken belief that the powers she exercises is not subject to supervision from this house. When this house gives you authority to make a statutory instrument, you come back and lay either for information or for approval or for ratification. You cannot make an instrument because it's only Parliament that has powers to make laws in this country.
Conclude, Honorable Jonathan.
I would now like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that this instrument itself must come to this house and then we can examine it. By practice, within 3 months of any instrument that is made, this Parliament can make a decision to nullify it. And I'll move this house that we nullify that instrument and get the 600 billion, and then we pay the intern doctors. We can then support the health centers. We can then give all the roads that we need. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Cecilia Ogwa. Then Honorable Ruchiga, then Amede. Oh, and we have a minor here. Then I come here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the mover of this statement was requesting the minister to lay on table the presidential directive. And my view was that even if she did, I think the Attorney General had cleared that statement earlier on in this house, that presidential directives are subject to the law. So in case the president gives a directive which would offend any law, it is the responsibility of the minister together with the Attorney General to advise the president accordingly. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my own view on this matter is that this is money already earned in advance because the exporters had already paid in advance by giving post-dated checks. So it was just a question of waiting for the post-dated checks to mature and Ugandans would have their revenue. So I believe, Right Honorable Speaker, that this is action taken in error. We have the authority to cancel it and the people of Uganda get the money to do other things. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I will really need more clarification on 1.8 on not charging any revenue. And you conclude that 1.8 by saying this is the position, this is the current position of government. What about, how can a current position of government contradict the law, which was signed by government? Even they amended the law. Because you see, a statutory instrument cannot amend an act of parliament. No. You know, it cannot. So now this is a worry. I'm really, and I'm genuinely worried. When there is a law, but we go on record that the current position of government is not implement the law. And I don't see any efforts of bringing it here. And sometimes, really, I feel for you, Honorable Minister, indeed, when you're quoting cabinet decisions and all that. I've been following up on this issue. I know how heavy it is. But I think things which are clear, when it's a law, we cannot find any other shelter. We cannot. So just let me allow a few colleagues, because I haven't picked colleagues here. It's very critical. I balance. Since you've started this business of motions, I better start from this. Let me start with Ruchiga. I add Amede.
Thank you.
I add Casiro. Now, colleagues, I have a problem. My practice, if you've seen how I run the house, when a colleague has already spoken, I usually find it difficult to give them another opportunity when I have others who have not yet spoken. So when you see me not catching your eye and you had already spoken, that's the only reason I'm trying to balance to pick colleagues who have not yet spoken. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this country is faced with so many challenges because of the negligence, because of the I don't care attitude that some of our people work with. We cannot be talking about losing 616 billion Uganda shillings, and someone is casually, talking about it as if it is 1 shilling or 2 shillings. We are talking about billions of money. We are talking about potholes in Kampala. We are talking about hunger and famine in Karamoja. We are talking about poor roads in our villages. And 616 billion is being given out for free to the exporters. Right, Honorable Speaker, I find it so weird. I find it challenging, because if we continue like this, our future generations will judge us harshly. Right, Honorable Speaker, I expected the minister in her report to give us the names of those exporters whom she is trying to give free money, so that we know them. She has said some of them were willing to pay, others were paying, and others refused, that they had concerns. That was her statement. I don't know when paying taxes became optional, that I can decide whether to pay or not to pay. When there is a law in place, when there are tax laws in Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, to me, that is negligence, that is causing financial loss.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Aware that URA is having a shortfall on taxes, and also aware that companies have been prospecting gold for a long time. As a staff of government, I last stumbled on a file in 1995. This company had been prospecting gold for about 10 years. This is 2023. I do not see any justification for the Honorable Minister's statement. And I therefore implore this House to reject that statement and have the minister and government ratify whatever it has to ratify, so that these gold companies pay taxes. Honorable colleagues, local companies are struggling, and they are the ones paying taxes. Yet foreign companies, most of them even don't give fair employment terms to Ugandans, and yet they are exempted from paying taxes. That is the addition I wanted to make to this conversation.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to Honorable Kivumbi and Honorable Odur Jonathan here, if we are to go by that, I think we would even stop the debate and ask the Honorable Minister to get back and do the work neater than what has been presented here, because these issues of law, we cannot even debate about it. If that's what the government thinks, then they should do the right thing by what the Right Honorable Speaker you said, bring the law, amend and cover them. Because to me, this is also tax exemption. And you remember last time, the issue I raised here, that by section 77 of the Public Finance Management Act, the Minister of Finance is mandated by law to bring the list of the companies that have exempted. 31st of March this year, the minister has not brought the report. Even the other one, Right Honorable Speaker, which I asked for, I went to the library, I've searched everywhere, I have not seen those reports. Because the article of the Public Finance Act is very clear. Because if this exception had taken place, it would have been able to raise even at that level when the Minister of Finance give me this opportunity to demand that the Minister of Finance brings the companies that have exempted taxes as of 31st March this year. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Finance, this one you can answer quickly. Why don't we? Because it's a legal requirement. We need the list. The companies we have exempted for tax.
Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is information available. We have always provided this information Parliament through the Finance Committee.
Honourable Minister,
And-
can you lay it on table on Thursday?
Much obliged.
Thank you.
Right,
Lay it
Honourable
on table on Thursday. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, let us not take these things casually. Let me read section 77 of regarding tax exemption. Report on tax exemption of tax. 1, a person or an authority granted power to exempt the payment or to vary any tax under an act of parliament shall in each financial year on or before the 30th day of September, the 31st day of December, the 31st day of March, and the 30th day of June, make a report on the matter to Parliament. 2, a report made under the subsection 1 shall include A, a person exempted from the payment of tax, B, the reasons for the exemption, C, the amount of tax foregone by the government, and D, the benefits of government from the exemption. This is the law which the Minister of Finance brought to South. So it's not an optional thing. It's not reporting to the Committee of Finance.
We have
It's a report to Parliament.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honourable Okupa for clearly bringing out what the law provides. And now this invites me to ask our secretariat here at Parliament to extract all of the reports I have laid here in compliance with the law.
Oh.
Yes, all the reports.
Honourable Minister, lay that report on Thursday. Okay, this is yeah, we had already agreed on that, so lay it here on Thursday. I know you have many copies, so you lose nothing laying it here. Okay, yeah. So I had picked Honourable Cecilia Ogwaya. Oh, she finished. Now I wanted one minor. We should represent the minors quickly. Then I go here.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
No, Wenju.
Yes,
Wenju we've been there.
No, minor, they don't mean I am young. They mean, Right, Honourable Speaker, I am not a miner, but I represent miners and the gold mining area.
Gold miner, artisanal miner.
2, Right, Honourable Speaker, some time back, the president of Uganda wrote a book about the paradox of development. And he talked about Africa's problem and said it's a paradox to find a highly endowed area and very poor. And in that book, you see what is happening in this now that we are talking about. That you have people in Buhweju, there is a lot of gold in Buhweju, but you go and see poverty. And there are no roads, but people come and mine gold, don't pay taxes, go away. We are told gold is for government, so I can't touch the gold. If they are not paying taxes, what will I benefit from the gold in Buhweju? Now, the minister has talked about the companies. Those who are willing to pay, those who are paying, we want to know these companies. Last time I told you that in Buhweju we are suffering under a company owned by the daughter of a minister of energy called Modesta Rokeris. She has a lot of power and authority. She has destroyed all the roads. Now she's not even paying taxes. No, we can't allow this to happen. And we sit here and people are suffering and somebody is saying, I just let them be.
Thank you. Honourable Deru, you haven't spoken.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Really, when you mentioned about my colleague Francis represent the gold mine, I was wondering why you are leaving out Busia. And yet, the gold we have in Busia is equivalent to the oil from Hoima. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, yes. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, really, I am wondering why the minister is saying that the gold miners, they are being exempted from paying taxes. Go to Busia at the moment. We have too much gold. But if you look at the state of Busia, there is even nothing like corporate social responsibility. So when the people of Uganda, more especially the people of Busia, they are hearing that there is exemption of those gold miners, where are we benefiting as the people of Uganda? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore the minister, more especially the Minister of Energy, to ratify that statement to say that such miners should be exempted. This is not uncalled for. And the people of Uganda are watching to see what they are benefiting from their mineral resources. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kabura. Then I'll pick Okwi. I'll pick
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'll pick Okeyo. I
colleagues.
pick another minor. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've had my honorable colleagues across the bench. When you read 1.1 and you read 1.7 and read 1.8 without reading section 1, paragraph 1.12, you cannot have your debate concluded. Paragraph 1.12 says that you are a duly issued a demand notice. Some gold finers complained against the same, and they went to court. The court has not concluded on the matter. And the minister wrote again saying URA should stay the correction, implying that the money has not been lost. They're only waiting for the court to decide. That brings me to section, no, wait. That brings me to Rule 73 again. Right Honorable Speaker. Is it procedurally right? Conclude that actually we've lost this money, yet the matter has not been concluded. When you look at Rule 73D, it says we cannot make conclusions until that has been done. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm now seeking clarification from the Honorable Minister. Paragraph 1.8, Right Honorable Minister. Minister. Is the decision by government based on the fact that the matter is still in court and there's a court order not to collect the money until the case has been disposed? I'm seeking clarification, Right Honorable Speaker. Thanks so much.
I think colleagues, with the submission of Honorable Enos, let the minister first clarify for him and members, because it might mislead us and we get lost in. Honorable Minister, have you written off or now Honorable Semuju? Listen, procedure does not apply when there is no member on the floor. Rule 78, sub rule 4 over rules of procedure. Yeah, I mean, it's the rules. You're the one who usually refers to the rules. So read Rule 78, sub Rule 4. There must be a member on the floor, and that member must be violating a certain rule. That's when you raise procedure. So, Honorable Minister, just first, the member is saying you have not written off the tax. You have only stayed. Can you clarify that?
Right Honorable Speaker, I have not written.
Honorable Minister, go on.
Right Honorable Speaker, for sure, I have not written off this levy. We've been faced with a problem right from the 10th Parliament. And in my statement, I have hinted on it in paragraph 1.2, where the Minister of Finance came to this Parliament and submitted an amendment to the mining, paragraph 1.2, which states that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development submitted to 10th Parliament the Mining Amendment Bill 2021, which proposed an export levy of $200 on processed gold. But the Committee of Parliament at that time did not agree with the minister, and so they put the 5% instead of the 200. The Committee of Parliament
proposed.
Yes, proposed.
Yes.
And what came out thereafter the implementation of this provision was untenable. That means the URA and the gold exporters were in meetings. So this time round, I was approached by URA with the concern of not collecting tax. And the Commissioner General of URA requested me to make an SI that will allow them collect the
Switch on, Honorable Minister.
to the $200 per kilogram of gold. And that is the SI which I signed, which was sanctioned by the Solicitor General. There is no legal document that I can sign without getting advice from the Attorney General. So I signed it so that we can at least collect the $200.
Thank you. A procedure, Semuju.
Mr. Speaker, one of the companies involved in refining gold, the African Gold Refinery, was sanctioned by the US State Department. And chances are high they may have run away with taxes that with the help of the Honorable Nankabirwa was not being corrected. The other key dealers in this gold business are relatives of the president. And I know for a fact how they load gold at the old airport at Entebbe, sell to China and Dubai, and return with dollars in aircrafts at night. So the procedure issue I'm raising, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Semuju,
is whether
just a minute. Colleagues, you see, it's very, very important. There is information. I know we have immunity, we can say anything here, but also here we have a standard. There are allegations which you can only make with very clearly substantiating information and evidence. So, Honorable Semuju, the information you've given, can you give us evidence so that we have it here on record? It helps. It helps us here.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the reason we give Parliament information is for Parliament to investigate, and that's why we've been involved in investigations. If you had allowed me, and the committee is going to set up, I want to go and give evidence.
No, maybe if you had said, okay, Honorable Semuju, maybe if you have said that it is alleged that relatives of the president or honorable members, I want Parliament to investigate whether relatives of the president are involved in this. But when you speak conclusively on your own,
Mr. Speaker, I take your guidance.
Yeah.
I take your guidance. I don't want to paralyze this debate. It is arranged, but I will be happy to be invited by a committee. And then I will inform the committee about these brothers who are involved in gold. Mr. Speaker, the procedure issue I am raising is whether the Honorable Nankabirwa should not inform Parliament. Should not inform Parliament. You see, the Honorable Ogwanga has problems. The other day you are putting me on order over the anti-homosexuality bill when I said the president is going to fight it. What happened after? No, I don't want clarification. So, Mr. Speaker, so the procedure issue I'm raising is whether the Honorable Nankabirwa should not give Parliament full information that actually these companies that are exempted, some of them have even left the country.
Okay, thank you. Now, Honorable, we'll clarify on that. You'll be the one to give information because Honorable Semuju wants you to clarify whether they've left. But you see, Honorable Minister, what I pick from your statement and the concern of the House is simple. Okay? And which is related to what Honorable Enos has said. Parliament passes the law providing for 5%. The refineries complain. When they complain, you go as government, as the executive, which is in charge of implementation. You sit and you first agree internally. You say, no. Since these refiners are not willing to pay, let's first hold it, okay? As we look for a way forward. Now, you agree as cabinet, after you bring a law, we amend. But in the process, you issue a statutory instrument, okay, that now reduces the rate from 5% to 200 retrospectively. Now, this is what the colleagues are concerned about. You amended the rate of tax retrospectively. So if we can first sort out the issue of saying we lost this much, the MPs are saying before the law was amended, this was the bill. But your statutory instrument revised that bill. That's how.
That's why Amos should have been a little more honest. Me and him and Honorable Kefa sit on the Committee of Finance. He's aware that after the statutory instrument, the area is reduced to 43 billion. And effectively, and that is the committee tabled on this parliament. After the instrument of the minister, the total areas now stood at 43 billion, and of which only 3 had been collected. So the instrument of the minister effectively wrote off the areas.
So, Honourable Minister, that's a concern. I will guide. I will guide after, but Honourable Semju's issue, and then that's a concern Honourable Enos we are having.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a list of the exporters which I got from URA. And I must sincerely say that I cannot tell the whereabouts of some of these exporters.
If you can read for us.
So from the URA, on the list of exporters, 1, there is the Arnish Trading Limited, Bullion Refinery Limited, that's number 2. Metal Testing and Smelting Company Limited, number 3. Simba Gold Refinery Limited, number 4. Thaba Investment Limited, number 5. Faru Trading Uganda Limited, number 6. Africa Gold Refinery, number 7. And from the 7, from URA, only Simba Gold Refinery have paid the tax, amounting to 428,703,624.
As of when?
The rest have not paid.
As of when?
Payments since 1st of March. Payments since 1st of March, yes. The other table, again from URA, for the period 1st of March to 17th April 2023, a total of 4.709, 4,709.47 kilograms of gold was exported, and tax of 3,500,467,334 shillings had been collected. And the table indicates
if you don't mind, Honourable Minister, you can lay it on table.
I can.
So that it can be recorded of Parliament.
Yes.
I kindly lay on table.
I beg
You read the statement so that we capture it.
I read the whole statement.
Colleagues, let us first get the statement. They are laying on table.
I read the heading,
Yes.
just the heading.
Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table a brief on gold export levy to the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development from Uganda Revenue Authority. I beg to lay.
And Honorable Minister, if you have the statutory instrument, you would lay it so that it can be recorded. Or if you don't,
The statutory instrument was supposed to be attached. I don't know that the soft copy I forwarded omitted that.
Because I don't have, clerk, cross-check. If we don't have it, tomorrow it can be late.
Yes. I was also asked.
Yeah. Honorable Minister.
Yes, I was also asked for proof about the decision by government that cabinet made regarding what the president directed. And I beg to request the Right Honorable that I seek for authority to lay the cabinet minutes on table before, because you know our rules, sir, regarding cabinet information. I do have proof, but I would like to seek for authorization so that I can lay on table the minutes of cabinet regarding the waiver of the levy.
I think what is causing a problem, Honorable Minister, here you said, accordingly, His Excellency the President directed the minister. So was it as
Right,
part of the
Honorable.
cabinet minutes?
Yes, Right Honorable, because you know that the president chairs cabinet and whatever he directs is captured in the cabinet minutes, which I possess.
Please.
Just want to seek for authorization from the leader of government business to allow me lay this proof. I have it, but I'm constrained.
Thank you. Now, okay. Colleagues, I have this side. I need them to also contribute, okay? They may allow colleagues here also to contribute. Honorable Tom Bright, Honorable Kui, Honorable Kay. Clarification, she's not on the floor. She's the one who can accept. Yeah? Please, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you talk the issue of tax exemption, for me, I feel tears as a person who pays tax. Our people are suffering local on ground. Our traders, even on ground right now, URA is harassing them left and right. But you find the big fish is not paying anything. And our own people here, whom we call local investors, are not benefiting from our own gold. Many people have been chased from the gold areas like Kasanda and the rest, have been killed, harassed by the soldiers, by some people whom we don't know. At the same time, the people are mining are not paying taxes. What is this? I really feel pain, because if we could consider everybody to pay taxes, the issue of roads, the issue of poor water, poor sanitation, and even all issues which we are suffering as a country, check your office, make sure at least these gold exporters pay our taxes so that we can benefit as a country. I submit.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues on discussing the issue before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that most companies in Uganda don't celebrate their first birthday. You can't open a business and take 2 days before you reaches your doorstep. And most of our Ugandan companies are closing. The taxes are on there, and we can't support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we fail to do what is number one, we lose what is number one. Now, government is trying left and right, and we're trying to be everywhere, and we're ending up nowhere. We try party development model, we try this, we try that. We should plug these holes which are leaking so that we save resources to run this country properly.
for the district commerce officer and asked him how much gold do they get. He told me between 4 and 5 kilograms in a month. And this is a lot of money. And Right Honorable Speaker, actually, when I inquired, he told me that most of the people involved are not Ugandan companies. They are foreigners. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, you might find that even the gold we say is from here is branded when it is sold out. Just like some of the products, like our tea, our coffee, and even fish, find that countries that don't produce eventually brand our own gold, our own fish fillet, our own tea, and then export it as their own. So when the minister states that there was 600 billion that was supposed to be actually halted, it is painful, Right Honorable Speaker, and this country will judge us, and history will judge us harshly, because we really need services. And this is the time we needed to bridge every gap and make sure that all the money that we earn is properly put to use. And then we even ward off foreign influence with the money and the conditionalities that are attached. I beg to submit that Parliament reconsiders this, the minister reconsiders this, and we save this country.
Thank you, Dr. Bukenya. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Like my brother from Sigulu Islands, I represent 6 sub-counties where there is mining of both artisanal and medium-scale miners. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to invite you to take a trip to Bukuya. You'll first see that the road from Mianzi to Chiboga, which is supposed to take about 45 minutes, you take 2 hours. When you reach to the epicenter, I'm first telling you the story to understand where I'm coming from. The epicenter of mining, there's a town called Lugongwe. Paradoxically, the Minister of Energy is the one supposed to take electricity there, but people are generating their own power using diesel generators. And it's very expensive, by the way, because if you have a fridge in that area, you pay 10,000 per day for a refrigerator to run it. Right Honorable Speaker, the miners use cyanide, they use mercury, the processors. And so the water sources in Bukuya, very soon we shall be dealing with the complications of the contamination. So the minister, the Honorable Ruth Nankabira, is my mentor. And I'd like to urge her to convince Cabinet and the President to cancel these tax exemptions. Because when you come and see what we are going through, what is coming from Bukuya and what we have there, you may end up crying. I'll also urge the minister to deploy more officers in the field, because I know groups of foreigners who mine, and I don't think they declare any of their gold which they export. I don't think. So I'm ready to be the informer, but I think we can even earn more than 600 billion if the ministry is well equipped and staffed to come and we do the work together as a community. Because as a community, we're also not happy, because the gold is being mined from all the 6 sub-counties of Bukuya. The gold is being mined by both middle and small-scale miners. And we know that the gold is there, and people are taking it and they're exporting it. So I would like to urge the minister to convince Cabinet and the President to cancel the exemption even before Parliament comes to engage. Otherwise, we need a lot of corporate social responsibility to help the Ugandans benefit from their minerals. And we get gold roads, for instance. I know for the electricity lines, that one she can just write a letter. But we need gold roads like the Mianzi Chiboga, and she's from Chiboga. So we need the gold road like the oil people. If government is exempting, let it borrow and invest in the area such that we also feel comfortable. Otherwise, we shall start fighting with those people who are taking the gold. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, go back, update your statement.
Oh no, Minister for Finance wanted to say something? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. This is a matter which cross-cuts between energy and finance. Therefore, it is important that I also make a comment. Mr. Speaker, arising from the debate, there is an impression that we are exempting these companies and this gold business. The answer is no. We are simply moving from the position which we took as Parliament, and that time I was the chair of the committee. The position which we took became difficult to implement because it was in the extreme and unfair. And I want to admit that in the debate in the committee then, we did not base on evidence to arrive at the 5% moving from the $200 per kilo. Mr. Speaker, even the 600 tax roast of wagon we are talking about, the 600 billion is arising from this measure, which became difficult for government to implement. Mr. Speaker, what is my last point? My last point is that we need to work together to ensure that the due taxes are collected. And also the impression that we terminate all the exemptions where they exist, not for gold, because on gold there are no exemptions. Where they exist is also not fair, because we use taxation for various purposes to achieve various objectives. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable from Chejegwa, clarification.
Please, I don't have time, Honorable. Stop
sorry.
donating my time. Even you. No, I don't have time, Honorable.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to respond to what Honorable Amot said, Bright said that the businesses downtown are closing when we are giving favors to the big ones. And you can see what the impression which is in the house. Mr. Speaker, this impression is not correct. And next week, when I come to defend the tax bills, in the interest of time, next week when I come to defend the tax bills, I will give the comprehensive statement to the House about the cause of what is bringing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You see, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Minister, you see, processes are important. And that's why the law gives processes. Okay? Because when we are, if we are going to have laws and we don't follow the law to change whatever we want to change, that's where the problem is. That's where you would have cured this when you brought the amendment. Okay? When you brought the amendment, you would have addressed this issue at that time to say we even have this bill. What do we do with it? We see whether this can apply retrospectively or not. Yeah, you know, that's it. So the problem is The problem is on the process. Otherwise, if you find it difficult, okay, we can't force you to say you must succeed on doing this when you found it difficult. But the process is.
Thank you, Regional Speaker. Regional Speaker, I beg to move under Rule 59K of our rules of procedure to invite the indulgence and that of the House, having listened to the Honourable Minister's statement and attendant responses, that the House considers a motion without notice to constitute Executive Committee under Rule 190 to consider the circumstances under which the Minister, by statutory instrument, waived government taxes from what's supposed to be 616 billion, 43 billion, under which the statutory instrument was issued. Also consider the agreements between URA and the gold exporters that have not been tabled on the floor of Parliament. Honourable Speaker, and also consider matters attendant to this industry, aware that the country is grappling with revenue challenges, and that now that we are in a budget period, I beg that with the indulgence under this rule, this motion is taken and they consider this select committee. Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, just colleagues, before you know, we are flexible here. How we do our things. Honourable Rope. Yes. Number one, personally, I'm not a strong believer in these select committees when we have our own committees, especially now that they've finished. But it's not that I'm watering down the motion. I'm trying to be flexible and give guidance, especially now that they finish municipal policy statements and they have enough time and they can process these issues. But number two, I was thinking we can give a minister 1 week because there are issues. You see, when you go after just one individual, and yet where that individual has shown you where her hands are tied, I think we would first open it further. We get more information. Okay, we get more information. In 1 week's time, she brings an updated statement handling our issues. Once we are not satisfied, then we subject to this investigation. I don't know your view about.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Of course, I am one of the proponents of the in-house committees to do their work because members are empowered and capacity is built. My consideration of the committee is that one, the Honourable Ruth, it does speak to gaps. I'm sure that statement was written to her by technical people that can easily mislead her and put her in trouble. And I want to protect my sister from trouble. Therefore, an investigation where she's not a part would really remedy that gap. Right, Honourable Speaker.
So this is the motion, I think, taxes on gold were waived. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Let's put our arms up or make it very easy. Let me do that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. Those against? Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 25. Right? I have 36 for, 28 against. So the motion has carried the day. So a select committee will be formed to carry out this investigation. We shall So the minister doesn't need to bring a statement. So we shall contact the whips. We shall contact the whips to appoint their own members, to second members, so that we can be able to look into this matter expeditiously. Okay, thank you. Still on the same.
To request you, now that the motion has been taken, we have a budget process. Would you consider that they would report in 2 weeks before we pass the budget, that we have this captured as part of our budget processes, just in case you believe it's possible, right, Mr. Speaker?
I really understand, but we have a very critical, we are going through a very, very critical period. So this will depend on the proposed names. If they are not members who are in committees that are doing very critical work in as far as processing of the budget is concerned, especially members of the budget committee. Okay, so I will guide on that on Thursday. So next item.
Item number 4. Motion for adoption of the report of the Select Committee on the inquiry into operations of the National Council of Sports.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. We received responses of the minister, we received the report, we received the Committee on Education, but I want us to have a debate of 30 minutes and we conclude this matter. Starting now. Those who have forgotten what we discussed, please, I can put a question, we adopt the report, and we are done. Okay? I'll start with the Honorable Andrew Oranya. I had on Honorable Osoru, I had Honorable Ayo, I had Honorable Azza, I had Honorable Mayanja, Honorable Akena, and Busia. And I'll be done. No, I only pick people who stand up. It's not you remain comfortable and you think I'll look for you. I'll end with the shadow minister for sport.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair and the minister for the responses. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget, 80% of the budget is allocated to the federations. So I want to appreciate the council for that aspect. The issue that I want to talk about here concerns Ministry of Finance. Regulation 14 talks about the releases. They should be done every 3 months within the first 10 days of the month of that month. Right Honorable Speaker, the sports sector is employing so many youth within Uganda and has the potential to actually get us out of that youth employment problem. But the sports, as you know, is so dependent on the financing, and timely releases of funds has been reported by the Minister of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at rugby, for example, right now they're representing Uganda at a very high level in South Africa, but any delay would impact how they perform. It was also reported that the women's team, the netball team, also suffered when they failed to get money in time. So I want to request this House to at least compel the Minister of Finance to release money in time to support the sports activities. Term of reference 2, the committee proposes that the federations look for ways of getting funds from corporate agencies. Right Honorable Speaker, we know that the hindrances to the corporate companies supporting our sports institutions. For example, just importing football or rugby balls into the country, you're taxed very heavily. Can we have intervention in that regard? Can we look at how we can make it possible to bring equipment to the country? Just as we know there could be options. You have the Nitals in Uganda, but they don't have the capacity to actually manufacture those jerseys. Can we look into the direction to see how we can support our local teams? Right Honorable Speaker, we mentioned that the clubs can support themselves, but the interest of the government is also to support the age grade and development. You have young children who are trying to learn the sport, but they may not be catered for in terms of funding. Can we have the corporate agencies also supported to cater for the age grade and the women's leagues in terms of creating interest and awareness in the sport?
Thank you. Your colleagues, 2 minutes each. Please, Honorable Osoru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We all know that National Sports Council promotes and
Switch on.
we all know that National Sports Council is an organ that promotes and controls all sports on behalf of the government of Uganda. I have a few concerns, Right Honorable Speaker. One, whenever it comes to travel abroad for the qualified teams, we realize that the National Sports Council takes more staffs than the participants. Yet, most of those participants always struggle when it comes to accommodation, and even they cry for sports gears. Why don't we use the money that we do take more staffs? Why don't we use that money to procure for them those kinds of sports gears? And then secondly, His Excellency made promises. I remember during the Olympics Tokyo Award, he said all gold medal winners will be getting 5 million monthly, and then the silver medal winners also will get 3 million, plus bronze 1 million monthly. But to date, Right Honorable Speaker, nothing has taken place, and we wondered what could be happening. Yet those people have families. And then thirdly, the Shikrens have been crying ever since they had Commonwealth competitions. They won, but they were promised to give money. It was only 5,000 each that were given, and we wondered up to date where that money could have been, or if the money has been diverted. Lastly, the National Sports Council has become very segregative to the Paralympians. Last year we had about 15 people who qualified to go for the competitions, but unfortunately, they came looking for money from us, soliciting funds for their tickets and also accommodation, and we did give them money. And when they reached there, Right Honorable Speaker, individually, without of.
Thank you. Honorable Tony.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I read the report of the committee and the recommendations and that of the minister in charge of sports. And Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I've noted that from the committee's report, they seem to agree with the minister on most of the things, except that I don't know what happened, that the committee appeared to have not got most of the information that the minister eventually came to clarify on. But all in all, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommended that there were issues that they were not able to come out with the conclusive information on, and wanted the Auditor General to carry out a forensic audit. But I am also aware, Right Honorable Speaker, that this Parliament also made a recommendation and directed the Prime Minister to constitute a forensic audit on National Council of Sports, which I have learned has been done, and very soon that report is coming out and back to this House. Now, I wanted guidance on how we are going to deal with this, because Parliament requested for forensic audit, which Auditor General is just
You can propose an amendment on that.
to exit meeting.
Yeah,
Because I would think then, why don't we get a complete report from the Auditor General that we requested as Parliament? Then we should be able to discuss it to conclusion. For now, issues that requires administrative action by the minister, then Parliament can ask the minister to act on them. But when the report is out, then we have a conclusive position, because issues like sharing funds among the federations and associations. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, we are here aware that the ministry does not release all the funds, and the funds comes late, and this is part of the problem which is causing confusion among the federations. And so if this.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, for the information which the Honorable Member Ayotone has given us on the audit, forensic audit done by the Prime Minister. We need to confirm, is it true? Is the report more or less ready? Because Parliament had tasked. Honorable Minister for Sports, if you can clarify on that.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. It's true, the Prime Minister did institute an audit, directed the Office of the Auditor General to carry out forensic audit. The report is yet to be concluded. So when it's ready, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that maybe I bring the report and lay it on the House for purposes of looking at the findings of that audit. I thank you.
So, Honorable Chair of the Select Committee, what's your view on that from the suggestion by Honorable Ayotoni that we wait, they bring this report so that we conclusively handle?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I concur with the suggestion of Honorable Oyo. Ayo, I'm sorry.
Because the other suggestion would be that we adopt this one, okay? And then once the forensic report comes, we refer it to the committee because it can't be processed in plenary, okay? And it would go to the accountability committee, which would also take more time. So I think since there are issues, recommendations that are not subject to the forensic, some which are on processes, so the forensic is on expenditures and all that, on money, especially how it is utilized. But you have very strong recommendations in the report. So we would amend we remove that component of the forensic committee, why you are recommending that we do a forensic committee, since we've confirmed there is one already being concluded, so that it doesn't become a redundant. Or we can also leave it in when that report comes, it would be implementing, actualizing this recommendation, which you put in the report.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there were two recommendations in regards to the forensic audit. One of the recommendations was on the National Council of Sports, and the other was on the federations, because the committee established that there were also issues of finances within mismanagement of funds within the different federations. So I need to be guided on which one are we talking about? Are we talking about the forensic audit on National Council or the forensic audit on the federations? Because there are two recommendations.
Which forensic audit are you doing, Honorable Peter?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what forensic audit which is being undertaken on NCS is the money which we appropriate to NCS, which goes to all federations. So for that purpose, the forensic audit is for all monies sent by Parliament to National Council of Sports. So as far as the recommendation is concerned, in my considered opinion, maybe the right word would be to say that, Right Honorable Speaker, maybe we allow the forensic audit of the Right Honorable Prime Minister to bring the report, which is holistic, other than us going into piecemeal, one in NCS, one into federation, and yet all monies go through National Council of Sports to federations. I thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because you see, the forensic audit is covering all money we appropriate, wherever it went, whether in federations, whether at NCS, it covers all of them, okay? So, and the moment we are not satisfied, Honorable colleague, the moment we are not satisfied, we can order more audits on that. But yes, Honorable Samba?
Mr. Speaker, this report we are dealing with was sanctioned by this House. The forensic audit sanctioned by the Prime Minister.
No, by this House, we directed the Prime Minister.
By the House?
Yeah, it's also by the House.
So, Mr. Speaker, I do not know why we don't deal with this report. We finish it because members did their work.
Sure.
And we conclude on this one and we wait for the other one.
Yeah, so let's conclude on it.
Yes.
We can even leave in that part of the forensic audit. Then once the Prime Minister's report comes, it will be actualizing this provision, this recommendation of the forensic audit. So let's move on and conclude. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. I would like to thank the committee for the reports on the operations of National Council of Sports. Mr. Speaker, the issue with National Council of Sports is just lack of knowledge of corporate governance, good corporate governance, that is accountability, issues related to cooperation, accountability, integrity, transparency, dialogue, teamwork. There's a lot of backbiting, telling lies, gossiping, rumor mongering, and so on. Yes, as a result, really, there's no much work there. So I for one, will feel that really there must be cooperation and teamwork. This is what should be encouraged there. For instance, Mr. Speaker, more than 15 years ago, Dorcas Njikuru won a gold medal in steeplechase in Chile, in Santiago, and was promised that Barifa Stadium will be changed into Dorcas Njikuru Stadium. Up to now, the National Council of Sports has failed to follow up this issue, and the stadium is really dilapidated up to now. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, there was a promise that there are going to be the construction of stadiums in all the regional centers, like say Mbarara, Kachega Stadium. Up to now, Kacheke Stadium, up to now has already been constructed. Peche Stadium in Gulu has already been constructed. Moyo Chechela Stadium has already been constructed. In Lira, we have Akibwa, and so on and so forth. So please, Honorable Minister, let us follow all these promises by government so that we have these stadiums in place, and there must be harmony, coexistence in National Council of Sports. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am going to address only one aspect which came out clearly from the committee report, and this touches on the criteria for the funding. I am speaking on behalf of the Federation of Motorsports Clubs of Uganda, where I'm a member and a participant. Last year, we hosted the Africa Championship in Uganda, and I want to thank the minister for being available at the launch. But at the same time, I want to fault government that when the actual event was kicking off, our Minister of Sports was deployed to Lira on other duties within the same ministry. But at that particular instance, and I raise this in pure honesty, because in Botswana, President Kama was there to flag it off. In Zambia, we had a senior minister there. In Zimbabwe, we had a minister. In Uganda, when we were hosting it, our minister was there for the press, but was not there when the actual event took place. So what criteria do we use? On the issue of the success, we've had success in different departments. Uganda emerged third overall in the Africa Championship. Within that context, we have an African champion on the 85cc, which is a young man by the name of Gift Seboguzi. We won medals or podiums in various areas, but the criteria on how we handle these matters are things which really need to be looked at. As far as the sport is concerned, I think the minister has seen when it comes to rallying, rally brings up a lot and brings up a huge business which is associated with the rally. Internationally, we have the Africa Rally Championship, which is the Pearl of Africa Rally in Uganda. But if we go back, we used to have the East African Safari Rally, which was an international event which promoted the whole of the East Africa region. So I'm requesting government to look at it holistically and look at areas.
Who's here? Correct. We are going to parish model, so want us to have time. So we have to clean up before we break off this session. We need to clean up this order paper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As a sports lady who has brought gold medals to this parliament, I have to speak about this. First of all, we have 52 federations in this country, but among the 52, only few federations are active, but they submit in their budget. So my question, Honorable Minister, I'm asking, where does the budget for these inactive federations go to? And also my prayer, I would pray that these inactive federations, they should be active, because the way my other honorable colleagues have explained, so I'll not repeat myself. But my question is about budgeting, how this budget goes, since many federations are not inactive. So where does that money go after being budgeted for? Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, I picked your sentiments on this matter. We have a forensic audit which we are going to be having. really we shall debate more. We still have opportunities of debating this. The shadow minister was part of the select committee, so he's very well captured. So, Honorable Minister, I didn't want you to open up so much, but one issue also from my side, I've had allegations of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment within these federations by coaches, by staff harassing our athletes, especially female athletes. What action are you taking on those issues?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, allow me begin by commending all of you, honorable members, for taking keen interest in supporting the sports in Uganda. I want to begin with an issue, Right Honorable Speaker, you've just mentioned. As far as I'm concerned, I have got that from one federation, a complaint, which I want to confirm as a ministry. We have asked the Uganda Netball Federation, specifically the vice president, who is holding the office of the president as of now for the next 3 months, to work with Makerere University, Department of Gender Studies, to specifically undertake investigation into the matter by interviewing our daughters to see of how many of those who might have been sexually been harassed. Why are we bringing this? Because we have picked Makerere specifically because we want them to give us an independent report, which in our considered opinion will be able to take action against it. Secondly, I want to first begin by thanking my dear President, Honorable Jimmy Akena. First, Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by commending the leadership, and you in particular. Both you and the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Mong, have taken keen interest in supporting sports in Uganda. And I think it's the first of its kind that we are getting the much deserved attention. Secondly, I also want to commend colleagues who have specifically participated and they are involved into active sports development in the country, beginning with Honorable Jim Akena. Honorable Jim Akena is a member of Uganda Motorsports, and to be honest, he did invite. Of duty was to flag off the competition of your motocross country championship, which was here in Kampala. I want to regret for having not participated in that event. Honorable Jimmy, accept my apologies. As the minister responsible for sports, next time I'll do better. Secondly, on the question of how the federation, how the money, what criteria is used to specifically divide this money, I want first to state this. I have a board which I call council, is the one which sits when funds are appropriated to look at what goes to which federation. Colleagues have picked a lot of interest in as far as the question of the criteria used for money. And I want to say, I will be able to guide as the Minister of Sports going forward on that specific subject matter with the board, because they are the ones who have the powers in line with the Act to look at how to run day-to-day affairs with the National Council of Sports on the operation of sports in the country. Issue number 2, the inactive sports federation. I do not have an inactive sports federation. I have active 51 sports federation. Why? They have activities which we might say they are not active, but they have and they are doing it. Challenges notwithstanding. When they have activities where they need support from government, the funds might not be available at that specific time. And that's why you see there are quite a lot of complaints that we are not supporting them. However, I also want to thank finance for the first time that the National Council of Sports has got 100% funding. Let's appreciate them for the first time, because all the monies which they are not sent in the last 3 quarters have been sent in the 4th quarter. So I expect federations to receive all their funding as per what budget they had with National Council of Sports.
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
I want to conclude by saying 2 things are here. One, to what my sister from Osora said about the athletes, specifically the pledges. The stipend given to the athletes include from the following games. Number 1, All African Games. Number 2, Olympic Games. Number 3, Commonwealth Games. These stipends are given to those who win the gold, silver, and bronze. And I want to confirm, my sister, if there's any one of them who is not getting his stipend from the 3, I think you need to see me and I follow it up. To my knowledge, this money is being paid monthly to those athletes because I get the records from the State House Controller. Last but not least, on the issue of Paralympics, I also want to say some of the challenges which come in here, they come in at a time maybe when we don't have support, but Honorable Mpima is here. Mpindi, recently actually, I constituted a steering committee which is going to organize the All African Games. We also have the Paralympic Games. Where is the president of Uganda? For that matter, I also nominated him to help me be the chair of the Paralympics Games, which is going to take place. So I want to confirm this. As government, we are committed in supporting sports holistically without segregating on whether which one is the other. And I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Barifa Stadium. Friends, Honorable Sora, I was in Arua under the directive of the president. I met the stakeholders. We must accept to address the question of land. What's happening in West Nile, particularly the question of Barifa land. There's a contest between National Forest Authority and I want, Right Honorable Speaker, the president sent me to Arua. I went, I met the sports administrators in Arua. What happens is Barifa Stadium, as of now, is land which is for National Forest Authority. Now, we are looking at getting funds to construct the stadiums which were committed or which were pledged the people of Uganda by the president. So for that matter, I want to challenge you, my sister, please, as a leader, get back. Oh, Honorable Azar, get back as one of those from West Nile, get back and sit as stakeholders and agree which area should government plan to construct the Barifa or Dokas in Zukuru Stadium. To my knowledge, that plan is in Arua City. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to
thank you.
I have been asked about Nambole. Right Honorable Speaker, let me put this on record.
Honorable, they don't ask you by rumor.
Okay.
You only answer questions that
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Select Committee on the inquiry into operations of the National Council of Sports be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Chair, and your team. Your report has been adopted. And Honorable Minister, I'll give you 3 months to bring an action taken report on the recommendations. Next item.
Item number 5, motion for adoption of the sub-regional oversight reports on the parish development model.
Yes, honorable colleagues, I wanted us to conclude on all this because they have a budgetary implication. These reports have a budgetary implication. We are going to conclude the budget. So the reports were received, all of them, and the minister was supposed to give responses, and then we have a debate. But though we already picked most of the issues. So, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, arising from the reports of the oversight visit on PDM and the debate, I found it imperative to produce the detailed report on how much money has been given to each parish under PDM. I beg to lay on table a report of the parish revolving fund, disbursement to the parish circles for the financial year 2021-22 as at June last year. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report on the parish revolving fund disbursement to SACCOs for the financial year 22-23 as at the end of February this year. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report on the parish revolving fund disbursement to SACCOs by district for this financial year at the end of March this year. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, the report, the responses I'm going to present to the members have been uploaded on their iPads, but may I request the IT team through you, Right Honorable, that report be put on the screen so that we can follow together. Right Honorable Speaker, this statement is presented to Parliament in response to issues raised by honorable members of Parliament during the debate on the motion for adoption of the sub-regional oversight reports on PDM, as directed by yourself on the 4th of April, 2023. And for consistency, honorable colleagues, I've decided to use the format of the terms of reference which were given by the Speaker for the oversight activity. And these included the following. There were 5 were required to determine the exact amount of approved funds that have been disbursed to the various parishes. Secondly, we are required to examine eligibility of the various categories of beneficiaries of the PDM funds. Thirdly, to assess the effectiveness of utilization of the PDM funds disbursed to the beneficiaries. And fourth, to establish the extent of adherence to the guidelines and procedures by the various actors in implementation of PDM. And lastly, to examine any other matters incidental thereto and make recommendations or corrective actions. Right Honorable Speaker, I have responses to 25 questions. Very important questions, which I believe colleagues will keep meeting in the public. Therefore, I beg that we go through these responses. Under term of reference number 1, we will find out the amount of approved funds disbursed to the parishes. Question 1, how much money was disbursed to the various parishes for PDM last financial year and this year? In financial year 2021-22, the Minister of Finance released shillings 86 billion as parish revolving fund, PRF, the PDM SACCOs. This year, in Q1 and Q3, out of the 10,594 SACCOs which we have, finance disbursed shillings 25 million each to 9,937 SACCOs which were ready across the country. The total amount disbursed, 25 million to each of these, comes to 248.475 billion shillings. This is an implementation rate of 93.7% in terms of SACCOs so far funded within one financial year of implementation, which to me is commendable. There has been some delay, mainly in Kampala and Kasese district, because of some errors in training and registration of the SACCOs and leadership of some of those SACCOs. Mr. Speaker, sir, these errors have been corrected, and as I speak now, the funds are being processed for those districts. In April this year, this month, as per today, as actually as per the end of the last week, Minister of Finance has sent an additional 25 million shillings, 5,874 PDM SACCOs, which had already disbursed their first tranche of shillings 25 million to their beneficiaries. So this means that those particular SACCOs now have already received 50 million shillings this financial year. The total disbursed under this month is 146.850 billion. It's not 146,000. No, it's 146.850 billion shillings. The process of disbursement continues on a daily basis, and we'll keep on reporting this to Parliament. So I've given you a table showing you the total amount of PRF, Parish Revolving Fund, so far, not so fair, so far released to the circles. You get the one of 2021-22, 86 billion, which was 47.7% out of the budgeted 180 billion. You get the money of the first 3 quarters, the 25 million per parish, 248.475 billion. And the money which we have released in this month, 146.850, and that gives us 395.325 for this financial year. Add the 86 for last financial year. Second question, why did some parishes get less than 17 million last financial year? And what is going to happen to the balance that was not paid? It's an important question, Mr. Speaker. In financial year 21-22, government had promised to fund each parish by 17 million shillings. The amount required to cover all the 10,594 parishes was 180 billion shillings. However, finance released only 86 billion for this purpose. Therefore, not all the parishes received 17 million. If you get the 86 billion divided by 10,594, it's impossible to get 17 million per parish. So what happened? In some districts, they decided to pay 17 million in full, only a few parishes, while in other districts, they distributed the money equally among all their parishes. And this explains the disparity in amount received by parishes last financial year. Government is committed to clear the areas of last financial year. Finance is carrying out reconciliation with the districts so that each parish gets the 17 million of last financial year. Question 3, why were some parishes missing out of the PDM? Yet those parishes were approved. Some of them, they got their councillors elected, and others even completed the procedures for PDM funds. So I was requested by some members to explain the difference between parishes created by the Electoral Commission and those by the Ministry of Local Government. Colleagues, some parishes which are on the system indeed missed out of the Parish Revolving Fund, so far released this financial year, mainly because of various errors in their names, their accounts, and their signatories. Others were not yet registered by Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. These errors have now been corrected, and some have been corrected, and the affected parishes will get their funds. Regarding the Electoral Commission activity, in accordance with the Local Government Act, Section 108 and 109, the EC may demarcate certain electoral areas into more than one constituency in order to take into account means of communication, geographical features, the density of population. Now, this does not mean that when you have 2 councillors representing a parish, the Electoral Commission has created more administrative units. Only those parishes which are approved by the Ministry of Local Government and are given an instrument of creation by the Minister remain on the list of parishes and are the ones to receive the PDM funds. Question number 4, why give the same amount of money to all parishes, yet they are of different sizes and different population, and parishes have different numbers of villages? There are some with many villages, some with very few. The poverty levels in these parishes are different. Some are very urban with a lot of people and different urban features and other factors. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is true, parishes are different in nature, and there are no 2 similar parishes in Uganda anywhere. In terms of population, age, villages, geography, poverty levels, urbanization, and so on. For PDM, the most critical factor that will carry the bigger statistical weight is the rate of subsistence of households in the parish. Data being collected under the Parish-Based Management Information System by the Ministry of ICT and Uganda Bureau of Statistics is actually aimed at helping us to obtain the necessary information which will generate a robust formula in the near future, taking into account all those factors. So in the meantime, that's why government is using the pro rata basis of allocating the PRF to each parish across the board. Question number 5. The members asked, is the money actually on the SACCO account? If so, then why are some beneficiaries being sent away by the banks without any payment? Mr. Speaker, sir, the money is actually available in the SACCO accounts in the different banks. And we are ready to even indicate for each SACCO which bank have they kept their money. Any beneficiary who has completed the application process and has been appraised by the SACCO Loans Committee and has been trained and cleared, such a beneficiary should have their money paid to his or her bank account or mobile money account without unnecessary delay. Some people have been sent away by the banks, it is true, but this is mainly because these people present identification and telephone contacts and biometrical information different from what was captured on the system. So you register the telephone number of your wife, you go to the bank and you present your own telephone number, you will not get the money. So in this case, the SACCO leaders are called upon to assist their members correct those errors together with the district officers at the parish. Question number 6. What is government's plan to release the remaining 75 million budgeted for each SACCO this financial year? Remember, we promised 100 million. We have already given 25. What will happen to the money unutilized at the end of the financial year? Mr. Speaker, I've already said arrangements are in place by government to release the shillings 100 million. And even this month, the SACCOs which are ready and which have already disbursed the first tranche have already received an extra 25 million. Government is committed to release the remaining 75 million to the parishes as per the budget you approved, right, honorable members, this financial year. Those parish SACCOs which are ready. PDM funds are given as a grant to the parish. The money does not return to government. The money stays with the SACCO. However, the money is given to a borrower as a loan. So the beneficiaries who are getting this money need to be told this is a loan from their SACCO to themselves. But for us as government, it is a grant to the SACCO. Eligibility of various categories of the PDM beneficiaries, terms of reference number 2. We are required to look at the categories of beneficiaries and look at their eligibility. So question number 7, who are the target beneficiaries of PDM? Who is PDM targeting? And how does the system determine who is in subsistence? Mr. Speaker, the target beneficiaries of PDM are households, and underline the word household, in subsistence production. And this is about 39% as per the UBOS household survey. The subsistence economy refers to a cashless mode of production, which relies mainly on natural resources provided for basic needs of the home through hunting, gathering, and rudimentary agriculture that has minimum surplus to take to the market for sale or trade. The parish-based management information system is a tool which has been developed by UBOS and Ministry of ICT, capture and analyze the data profile of each household by population in the household, level of income, their economic activities, access to socio-economic infrastructure, and so on. And this is done alongside the participatory appraisal techniques such as wealth ranking, and these are used at community level to determine the households in subsistence. There are a few exceptions, as colleagues pointed out, where the data collectors made errors in profiling of the households. So in such a case, the system will reject that applicant because your biometric data does not or will not conform to the set parameters within the system. But errors will be corrected as the program continues. Question number 8, are the SACCO leaders eligible to access PDM funds? Mr. Speaker, the SACCO leaders are eligible for PDM funds because they are part of the households in subsistence in their parishes. They're actually elected leaders because they emerge through the enterprise groups as households in subsistence. However, prudence demands that leaders first serve the ordinary members before serving themselves, especially in this beginning season, the first round of disbursement of PRF to the beneficiaries. Question number 9, why are some residents in some areas excluded on the basis of their political party affiliation? PDM is for all Ugandans. It is not for any particular political, religious, or tribal group. Indeed, the aim is to promote financial inclusion of all the citizens of Uganda and fulfill the SDG objective of leaving no one behind. So any form of sectarianism or exclusive tendencies by the SACCO leaders should be reported to the authorities for appropriate handling in accordance with the law. Because we know that at the moment, I don't know who is the head of the PDC, Parish Development Committee. It is the chairperson also in that parish. I don't know who is the chairperson of the SACCO. It is the SACCO leader who is elected by the people. So we are, and you know that in some areas, this may not necessarily be NRM or FDC or any party. So the emphasis is leave no one behind. So long as the household in that parish falls under subsistence, they are entitled to receive the money. Question number 10, what are the strategies to deal with some people who keep benefiting from every government wealth program? And yet some of them are perpetual defaulters. Honorable members, the communities know the character of their members. And that's the key philosophy of the PDM. So defaulters, swindlers, habitual liars under the other programs should be identified by the SACCO leaders, should be blacklisted and denied access to the PDM funds. Question 11, why is PDM funding individuals instead of funding groups, which would protect the funds from misuse? Implementation of PDM follows conceptual design as approved by Cabinet and Parliament. As stated earlier, under PDM, the beneficiary is the household, not the individual. There are other schemes of government and private sector institutions in which an individual may be funded. Question number 12, how does PDM help people in hard to reach areas with no banks, with difficult terrain, people on the islands, marginalized communities and minorities? Mr. Speaker, in all areas of Uganda, there are parishes. Irrespective of the location or geographical features, there must be a parish in that area. And all parishes in the country access PDM funds, they access training, they access extension service. Infrastructure and services for the hard to reach areas are catered for under the sectoral programs of the ministries, departments and agencies of government. But we've requested the banks provide mobile vans or agents to serve remote areas in form of outreach. Question number 13, how does PDM address issues of special interest groups? The special interest groups have raised a number of concerns on PDM through their representatives here in Parliament and councils. They include the following. Issue number 1, under the special interest groups issues, can these special interest groups form their own groups or circles? Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to prevent anybody in Uganda or a group of persons from coming together to form their own group or circle. However, under PDM, each member, each household will benefit from the PDM as households who are members of the PDM parish circle. Can special interest groups be represented on the PDM circle executive? They are represented on the PDC, the Parish Development Committee. But then on the circle executive, the request here was that the special interest groups also be represented. We welcome this idea. We shall study it and include it in the revised guidelines accordingly. How are the special groups or special interest groups quotas secured? The basis of the quota is funding, not numbers. And what do I mean? Mr. Speaker, I mean that if we have said we are giving 100 million per parish, we mean shilling 30 million in that 100 million will be for the youth. 30 million will be for the women. 10 million will be for the persons with disability, 10 million for the elderly, and the rest we will follow in between 20 million. The limit supply, even for the special interest groups, that is, each beneficiary may borrow maximum 1 million shillings from the PDM circle. We've trained the loans committees to screen the applications they get and categorize them according to these quotas. The process is monitored by the Parish Development Committee, on which the special interest groups are all represented. If the quota of a particular special interest group is exhausted or is not exhausted, what happens? If it is not exhausted, it is rolled over to the following quarter, and it is reserved for that special interest group within the parish PDM circle. So last quarter, we gave 25 million shillings. If a certain group has not accessed their money fully, then it is reserved and they add what they have in this quarter, and that money is for the special interest group. What will happen later, I wouldn't go into this when we are beginning a program like this one. We believe that in every circle, in every parish, we have the elderly, the persons with the disability, the youth are there, the women are there. So let's believe that they'll access their quota. How are the special interest groups members trained and guided to select their right enterprises? The members of the special interest groups who are to benefit from the PDM funds, like any other person, they apply, they are vetted, they are selected within their enterprise groups. They undergo training and guidance on the basis of the business planning and management for their specific enterprise, together with other beneficiaries. Nonetheless, the special interest group, whether it's youth, women, or disability, or the elderly, has no problem in arranging special programs of training and monitoring their members to make sure that they actually utilize this fund properly. Let me go to terms of reference number 3, which was to monitor the efficiency and utilization of PDM funds. And question number 14, how will the beneficiaries utilize the money if they receive it late for the planting season? Right, Honorable Speaker, the late disbursement of funds in most beneficiaries indeed makes it difficult for farmers especially, and particularly those engaged in crop farming, procure inputs this planting season. We apologize for that. It is highly regrettable, but it's explainable. This has been due to the laborious, detailed process of beginning such a nationwide program and correcting errors by some circles along the way. But now that the system is getting more refined and procedures are better understood, my hope is that farmers should be able to procure the inputs in time for the next season. There is no need to rush to disburse money to anybody who is not prepared to use it as per one's business plan. The money should be disbursed only to those beneficiaries who are ready to use it. Otherwise, it remains with the circle, and it is safe and secure to disperse as and when the beneficiaries have been prepared, trained, and are ready for it. Question number 15, give clear information on who is responsible for distribution of seeds and other inputs to farmers under PDM. Is this system efficient given the experience so far? Under PDM, inputs are procured directly by the farmer using the loan obtained from the circle. The role of the district, guided by the production department, is to certify the suppliers of the inputs in their district. To us, this system is efficient because it minimizes bureaucracy of government institutions. It minimizes overpricing of inputs. It reduces wastage of resources and bribery. It actually puts procurement directly under the control of the ordinary citizen. The oversight bodies of government, civil society, and the leaders at all levels should pick interest in this initiative. We shall analyze its efficiency in the subsequent reports to Parliament. Question number 16, effective utilization of funds requires skilling, training, capacity building of the circles, the enterprise groups, and the beneficiaries before you give out the money. What extent is this being done? The pillar for community sensitization, training, and mindset change is critical to success of PDM. This is under the leadership of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. The training is done using national and district teams of trainers Colleagues, the challenge has been that of inadequate funding. Nonetheless, the districts have prioritized this activity and work is ongoing, albeit at a slow pace, to build capacity of SACCOs, the PDCs, and to sensitize the communities. They use local radios and meetings. Question 17, explain delays in allowing the SACCOs to disburse funds to beneficiaries, which has resulted in poor utilization of funds and loss of confidence in the PDM. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to apologize for the delay to give funds to the beneficiaries, but I want to assure you that the situation is improving, especially since the last recess. We note an increase in the number of beneficiaries receiving the money. We'll certainly continue to report this as we go along, but again, this situation is explainable. Delays in disbursement of funds to beneficiaries has been mainly due to the lack of preparedness of the beneficiaries, inadequate training of the SACCOs, and colleagues, the need to screen the leaders of the SACCOs so as to ensure correct signatories who are elected by the people at the parish instead of being handpicked from offices, correcting errors in the names of SACCOs, having all SACCOs registered and certified by the Ministry of Trade in line with the SACCO bylaws. We've given instructions to all accounting officers and the banks to immediately release funds of the beneficiaries who have been approved by their SACCOs and who have been trained and are ready to put funds to the right use. There should be no reason in any district for not distributing this money to the beneficiaries. In some cases, they are telling me they are waiting for the launch. They are waiting for a statement from, I don't know from where. If the district has carried out training of these beneficiaries, the SACCOs have done their role, things are in place, there is nothing to delay release of funds to the beneficiaries. What is the strategy to promote transparency and accountability so as to ensure that PDM funds are used for the right purpose? How can this be strengthened? Who is in charge of monitoring PDM funds? And how is this information relayed upwards? Mr. Speaker and honorable members, transparency and accountability is key to the success of PDM. Government accountability agencies have been brought on board, and they will monitor and audit the utilization of PDM funds. The Secretariat has developed a tracker system to follow up the flow of funds, and they shall be producing weekly reports. The PRF is sent directly from Treasury to the SACCO accounts. This has cut out beneficiaries and delays which were experienced when the money was sent through the districts. Nonetheless, we've ensured that the district accounting officers are informed of the funds which have been sent to their parishes. The most important structure and means of promoting integrity under PDM, remember these are SACCOs at the parish, is actually the peer-to-peer pressure by the community members through their SACCO and enterprise groups. PDM is overseen by the PDC, Parish Development Committee of 7 members at each parish. Through the parish chief, the PDC reports upwards to the district through the sub-county or town council. Steps will be taken to strengthen this mechanism through training, follow-up, and prompt action on abuse of PDM funds and other deterrent or preventive measures. Let me go to the 4th terms of reference. To examine adherence. Why are the guidelines ever changing? There is need to avoid contradictory information and multiple circulars given by various agencies of government. Mr. Speaker, the overall implementation guidelines and policy framework of PDM were laid by myself before Parliament last year. Changes which have been made over time have been made in good faith and are meant to accommodate necessary improvements in the program. They include the following. 1, the PRF funds are now released directly to the SACCO accounts from Treasury instead of being sent through the districts. 2, the SACCO executive, the chairperson, the treasurer, and secretary are the signatories to the SACCO bank account instead of the parish chief. 3, the maximum amount loanable is Uganda shillings 1 million per beneficiary. One may borrow less than 1 million shillings. It's actually between 200,000 to 1 million, depending on the nature of the enterprise or business in which one is to invest the funds. Previously, it was a flat rate of 1 million shillings for all. Number 4, now the PDC, the Parish Development Committee, expressly includes the chairperson of the Council for the Elderly in the parish. Previously, it was simply saying an opinion leader in the parish. Number 5, the quota for the elderly has been increased from 5% to 10%. They raised complaints through their representatives, and we thought this was justified. And lastly, all local supervised banks were permitted to participate in the program instead of limiting this program to only government-owned banks. Mr. Speaker, it should also be understood that the different pillars have developed their pillar manuals and operational guidelines. So sometimes this is seen as issuing multiple guidelines by different government agencies because we have different pillars and each pillar issues its manual and its own operational guideline. It's the program design. But in order to ensure consistency and harmonization, the Secretariat has been tasked to study all guidelines and circulars before they are given out to the public. And we've agreed on a centralized communication system under the national coordinator of PDM. The other question was, can the Secretariat translate these guidelines into local languages for people who are not conversant with the English language? Mr. Speaker, translating the guidelines into all local languages in Uganda is not feasible. However, the Secretariat has been instructed to study the proposal of translating the guidelines into the main languages, if possible and affordable. In the meantime, it is the responsibility of the parish chief and extension workers to assist interpreting the guidelines to the circles, the applicants, and the general public. Question 21, will the Secretariat develop separate guidelines for the special interest groups? Mr. Speaker, this is not practical for the Secretariat to develop separate guidelines for each SAIG per enterprise, but steps shall be taken to incorporate the concerns of the special interest groups in the revised guidelines. The pillars shall also be required to review the manuals and guidelines to tailor them to the needs of the special interest groups. The Secretariat is in touch with the Equal Opportunities Commission to ensure that PDM guidelines provide affirmative action for special interest groups as required by the law. Question 22, the ordinary people who are targeted beneficiaries of PDM have found your guidelines and procedures cumbersome and bureaucratic. Can the Secretariat develop simplified forms and procedures? It is true that the ordinary people have complained about this, the lengthy procedures and complicated application forms. We've tasked the Secretariat to study this matter in view of easing the procedures and making the application forms more user-friendly. And this is being done immediately. Question 23, give clear guidelines on the amount payable by an applicant to access the loans and the repayment conditions. How does PDM cater for borrowers who subscribe to the Islamic banking? Mr. Speaker, the applicant under PDM is required to pay not more than 5,000 shillings to the SACCO for processing the documents, stationery, for photocopying, transport, and so on, not more than 5,000 shillings. The borrower signs an agreement with the SACCO and is required to pay interest of 6% per annum, payable within a maximum of 36 months. But the repayment schedule for each borrower depends on the type of enterprise in which one is to invest the money. We presented the issue of the Islamic banking to the National Policy Committee, and they have mandated the Minister of Local Government and Attorney General to go ahead and advise on the modalities to incorporate conditions of Islamic banking into the PDM procedures. Question 24, why subject every applicant to open an account in the bank when some banks are too far and some borrowers need less than 1 million shillings? Mr. Speaker, the guidelines provide for 3 ways in which to access the money. That is opening a bank account, using mobile money, or getting your money by cash. So it's not mandatory for every PDM beneficiary to open a bank account. Nonetheless, this option is recommended, especially for those in towns and those who can easily access the banks. It is a vital step to get our citizens into the culture of banking, colleagues. It is disadvantageous in terms of cost and convenience for those who live far from the towns, plus bank charges, and you know that one has to leave a minimum amount on the account. This may reduce the amount available for investment. The option of using cash is preferred for those who live in remote areas, far from the banks, and where the mobile telephone network is poor or unavailable. In this case, we have requested the banks provide mobile vans to serve their clients in the remote areas on specified days. However, the banks have complained this is expensive and it requires adequate security, both for the banks and for the people. Imagine you put it on the radio that on Wednesday, the van will be here, come for your 1 million. We need to make sure that we provide adequate security, both for the banks, but also for the people. The use of mobile money service is the most preferred modality on the assumption that the PDM beneficiaries have mobile telephone sets with the numbers registered in their names and corresponding to the national identification card numbers of these beneficiaries. But unfortunately, this is not always the case, and hence delays for some beneficiaries in accessing their money. Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat is engaging the banks so as to agree on the most appropriate method applicable to each case. The objective is to avoid overcrowding at the banks, as we saw recently in Mbale, and to ease access to the funds by the beneficiaries, but while ensuring safety of the money. Question 25. The guidelines give 7 pillars, which are mutually reinforcing, but we only hear you talking about pillar 3, the financial inclusion pillar, which is being implemented. Explain contribution or plans for the rest of the pillars. Mr. Speaker, the 7 pillars of PDM are all necessary. For now, the emphasis is on pillar 3, financial inclusion, because we're aiming at giving money to the households to invest in their preferred enterprises. And we hope that this will increase the household incomes and hasten their transformation into the monetary economy. But other activities of the other pillars, are also being implemented through the work plans and budgets of the respective MDAs. Specifically under pillar 1, this is the pillar to increase production, productivity, value addition, marketing. It is chaired by the Minister of Agriculture. This is the reason for the parish revolving fund, and farmers are expected to invest their money wisely with cost-benefit analysis or achievable, so as to make profit. Minister of Agriculture has already given guidance that the extension service grant, which is sent to the districts, should be used to support the farmers and enterprise groups under PDM with more extension service. Pillar 2, infrastructure and economic service, and pillar 4, social service, are equally important because, for example, under pillar 2, we need roads, we need community access roads to evacuate produce to the markets. But these pillars have met. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that they have already developed their manuals. Of course, we thank Parliament for agreeing with Cabinet that in the next financial year, the districts get at least 1 billion shillings each for community roads to ease implementation of this pillar. Pillar 5, the one of mindset change and community sensitization, is ongoing. The one data collection and parish information system is also ongoing. The last pillar on 7, which is under local government, the one of governance and administration. This has been active. And I noted that in the reports and in the debate, we had the following issues raised. And these included lack of adequate critical staff, especially the extension workers. Recruitment of the critical staff remains a challenge to the local governments, but the plan of government is to have at least 2 extension workers at each sub-county for crops and livestock. And this is being handled by Minister of Public Service. The other issue was lack of offices at the parishes for the circles and the parish chiefs. The request for parish offices is noted, but this is a budget issue, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that you said, let's handle some of these issues now. If we had to provide an office, a headquarters at each parish, we're talking of 212 billion shillings at a cost of 20 million shillings each. In the meantime, the guidance we have is that the parish chiefs operate from their mother sub-counties. The issue of inadequate facilitation for parish chiefs and transport, in order to provide enhanced facilitation for these parish chiefs and extension workers, again, we need some some inquiry into the budget. And I was looking at if we had to provide 100,000 shillings per month to each parish chief, we're talking of 12.7 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, under the last terms of reference, examine other matters incidental thereto and make recommendations for corrective action. We noted that the following observations and recommendations were made in the sub-regional reports and during the debate. There are 9 of them. 1, that government should build the capacity of SACCOs and empower them so that they grow and become community banks, able to mobilize savings, secure deposits, manage lending at affordable rates to farmers, handle collective bargaining for inputs, storage, markets, and oversee growth of local economic investments. Second, that the Secretariat should develop a robust monitoring and evaluation framework for PDM with clear and measurable performance indices, internal checks, and review mechanisms. Thirdly, it was recommended that government should establish a strong link between PDM and other public sector wealth and job creation programs for synergy, harmonization, and sustainability. Number 4, it's been recommended that government should vigorously promote a culture of grassroots integrity system and transparency. This will ensure buy-in and trust of the population in PDM and government programs. Number 5, implementation of PDM should strengthen the role of stakeholders in wealth creation programs, especially the political leaders, technical staff at all levels, the private sector, cultural and religious institutions, the academia, and civil society. Number 6, Minister of Agriculture was required to enhance proficiency of Naro and Nagric in the supply of quality seeds, breeds, drugs, and markets. Number 7, was observed that there is a tendency to emphasize the role of small-scale intensive farming in agriculture, and yet the contribution of large-scale farming remains paramount in the country. Therefore, this should also be enhanced. Number 8, the guidelines should be reviewed so as to explore the possibility of using established large SACCOs in areas where the banks are inaccessible or the amount being borrowed is too little for one to line up at far-off banks for too long. And lastly, it was also recommended that the Minister of Finance should provide adequate appropriation of funds in the budget to fully functionalize the PDM rather than focusing on the parish revolving fund only. And we did present this through the report which was presented by our committee chair. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, we appreciate the observations and recommendations of the sub-regional groups and the members on the matters that are incidental and necessary for further improvement of PDM as elaborated above. These observations and recommendations have been specially noted for consideration and action, and I'll make sure that they are reported on in the annual report which you present to Parliament at the end of each financial year. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this intervention of Parliament was timely and helpful, and we thank you so much. It has helped to bring out the issues of concern to the public, and it has made some recommendations which are very important for further improvement of this program. We'd like to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving the members of Parliament the recess and clear definition of terms of reference, which helped the oversight activity and the debate focus on critical areas of concern on PDM. Allow me to thank you too, honorable colleagues, for the inquiry oversight, the time you spent in raising the issues in your sub-regional reports and during the debate. There are several honorable members of Parliament who sent their questions and recommendations directly to the Secretariat. These two are appreciated highly. Thank you so much. Finally, profound thanks to His Excellency the President for his address to Parliament at Kororo last month in a clear and precise way on PDM and for explaining the various issues on this program. We thank His Excellency, and despite the challenges at this initial stage, which are normal for such a big program, government wishes to reiterate the assurance given by His Excellency the President to Parliament and to the nation that in executing this program of PDM, we will do all it takes to make sure that PDM succeeds for the good of our people, so that the country moves faster to attain the cherished goal of socio-economic transformation for all. And given this presentation, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my considered opinion that the motion for adoption of the sub-region oversight reports on PDM be passed subject to the minister's responses and clarifications as given. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable colleagues, over 30 colleagues submitted on this, and we are just waiting for the response of the minister for me to put the question. We can't open it again. I now, please, listen to me. We did over 35 submissions on this. Listen to me, listen. Whenever a minister makes the final conclusions, we put a question. This is not final. We are not making resolutions on this for you to say there is a resolution. This is an issue we are going to continue with. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the sub-regional oversight reports on the parish development model be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Colleagues, there is no issue we debated like parish model. I remember here. Yeah. So yes, we are going to follow up on this. We shall be going forward. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Mamawi James. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Mamawi James. Honorable Mamawi, where are you? Where are you seated? Yes, Honorable Mamawi James. I think you said last week he left. He was seated with one of the colleagues, a lady, and they were sharing his iPad, and he left it with that lady, but he can, with the honorable lady, but he cannot remember who that member is. So if I'm just informing you, colleagues, if you have the iPad, please share, please deliver it to Honorable Mama, or take it to Sergeant at Arms, who will pass it on to Honorable Mama. House adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m.